Okay. Uh, basically ready when you are.
No, that sounds great.
Yep. I didn't have as much of a chance to look over all of your videos and things as I was hoping for, but
No problem.
uh, I figure you can talk about it. That way, the audience can know all of the things that I would have known if I'd done more research.
There you go. Fair enough.
And did you say you were in Oregon? Did I hear that right?
No, I'm actually in Abbotsford, British Columbia.
Oh, I was close.
You were close, very close actually, but let me just make sure we get this turned off here too.
I'm
Yeah,
having
we moved. Okay.
I'm having tea in a coffee cup.
Aha.
I couldn't find a fancy teacup. If I had, I would have had coffee in it, but
Oh, that's
I'm still
cool.
getting
That's
some of the irony.
I did get some feedback on the comment about I don't care what kind of cup I drink my coffee out of.
Yeah.
But that was the article that you had, I guess you'd read or saw that you found out about me or recognized me anyway.
Yeah. Well, I've been getting your email, uh, like updates or whatever from your first book, The Actor, for a long time, like a year, 2 years or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was at least vaguely aware of some of your work. I
Have we met before?
have no idea why I was getting your information actually. So it's a mystery. It's like, why is it?
Sorry, Rich. I'm just so you were getting an email like on my from my newsletter of my itinerary with the actor?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay.
So I got in your
Oh,
email list somehow. I probably
yes,
clicked on
that's
something
interesting.
accidentally, or
Oh, okay. So you knew a little bit about the background on the actor and maybe even subsequently the drive-in and the musician.
Yep.
Um, and so and that would have ended in like 2020 because that's really when the book tour and things began to slow down or actually disappeared with the pandemic and everything.
Hmm.
So that changed a little bit, and we were living in Toronto then, and so we decided it was our chance to move out to the West Coast. So here we are.
Yeah.
And that really happened at the pretty much at the beginning, like in early 2020. So I had in my, I'll call it my book signing events. Um, I did a lot of those. Over 5 years, I did like over 400 book events that were across Canada and in different parts of the US as well, primarily in the Northeast, though. And I was around the 350 mark when in the store walked a gentleman by the name of Max Alexander, who became my agent.
Hmm.
And I was kind of surprised because I thought that, I'll call it, the distribution of books was a lot closer or connected with the publishing of books, and found out that they were quite separate. So I thought that being in a bookstore as an author would be like a good thing, and being able to get connected with the publishing industry a little bit more. But it didn't work that way. But it connected me obviously with a lot of readers, and so at that point we kind of connected with Max, and then we started to put together a new plan for how the next books would kind of take shape.
Hmm.
And then the next thing that happened was March of 2020, and the pandemic hit, and a lot of things actually changed. So my more recent, shall we say, entry into publishing has been on Substack, which is where you saw Coffee in a Teacup,
Hmm.
and really kind of has taken me. It's been a very creative time because I've written. So the actor is the first book of a trilogy. The musician is a follow up to that, and then came the third book, which has not been published. It's finished, but we haven't found a home for it as of yet.
Hmm.
And then there's a couple of other works that are in that are actually completed, but we haven't had them published. So, and the most recent of that is a book that has been titled "If You Could Read My Mind," which has entered me into kind of this world that I'm writing a little bit about on Substack, which is the series is entitled "A Changing Frame of Reference," which is really from my own perspective, just seeing how excuse me, how things have kind of I've taken it like a change in how I've looked at things, maybe a little bit differently.
Hmm.
And so that's when I got your email a couple weeks ago, and I thought, oh, this sounds like a very interesting chat we could have.
Potentially. I might ask you strange questions. Hopefully, I'll think of some weird things to say.
Well, that I was going to say that's kind of why I'm intrigued by this, because you haven't had probably a chance to see some of the other podcasts that I had participated on. Some of them are talking about the writing world, the author world, but also some of them are tending to get off of that community. I'm very interested in, I'll call it the unconscious, or like consciousness. In fact, my books are kind of around that sense of how powerful our brains are. And the most recent kind of delves even further into that arena. They're all fiction, Rich. They're not shall I say, well, nonfiction in the sense of dissertations. They're taking concepts that exist and putting them into kind of fictional stories as far as how they would come together. And really, the actor, I don't whether you know very much about the actor or not,
Mm.
but when the Globe reviewed it, the Globe and Mail is the national newspaper in Canada, so they did a feature on me, which I was very fortunate to get. And the book's editor there, Mark Medley, actually came on the road with me. And so he saw actually what kind of went on in a book signing. But more importantly, they called the actor a David Lynch-like thriller about obsession, delusion, and determination. And for me, that was obviously that I saw that as a great compliment to my work, but it also gave me the sense that they understood what the story was about, which was really even more important from the point of view of what my work is about.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you could use the word story and David Lynch in the same sentence, though. That a
Well,
story implies some coherence, you know.
yes, it's and it's definitely not stream of consciousness writing, but the sense of a story within a story, and in some ways that's how Lynch's work kind of comes together. And some, like you said, some of it is not it's not in a continuous flow, but it has a different way of looking at things that you're looking at. I think David Foster Wallace in an interview said that he kind of learned the idea of avant-garde from David Lynch, which is kind of odd because an author learning from a filmmaker usually seems to go the other way. They make films of books, not the other way around. So I was always quite intrigued by that comment, but it was one of those things that I thought was a real I'd never thought of my work being like that, and yet it was very connected. I would say it's certainly an acquaintance sent me a shot from Lost Horizon,
Hmm.
the movie that Lynch did, where they've got Robert Blake talking actually to Bill Pullman over a phone, and the concept of what they were talking about in that clip. Um, Kind of really fit with what some of the things, I'll call you some of the scenes that I actually put together in the actor. Not connected in the sense of pre-done, just simply kind of reflections of different aspects of something that could happen that would be an odd way of things happening.
Hmm. Well, one of the things that Lynch does is he creates very powerful emotions, and through
Yes.
these strange moments that are very surreal, that somehow you can relate to it, even though there's no linear coherence.
Yes.
You don't have a flow of one event that leads to the next, like you would in a typical story. And if it was just, if there wasn't anything evocative about David Lynch, then it would be literally nothing. So,
Well, it's interesting that you mention emotion because often when people ask what I write about, that's what I feel often is I am trying to connect with the human emotion and what we feel. In fact, the musician was really trying to put that in a sense of music and really trying to cover all the emotions that we kind of, I'll say, experience. And you mentioned the linearity, and this is we don't really think linearly. Like thoughts come to us in a very dynamic sense, and but to read something that's not set up linear is very difficult to actually comprehend, right? And so it's trying to combine that, and I think that's where the stream of consciousness kind of comes from. For some people that's a very difficult thing to read because it doesn't necessarily have the linearity of a beginning, middle, end type of a story.
mm-hmm.
So anyway, that's I was going to say that was the actor was the first book that I published. My background is actually engineering.
Hmm.
I spent most of my, I'll say, my professional career in the engineering world, the corporate engineering world. But I found writing when I was like in my teens. And I thought actually it was going to be music that is what kind of took me away. And we were doing a lot of, I'll say, creating music, writing music. And then, which is not unusual, somebody left the band. And we decided we had to find a way to kind of make a living. So I was good at math and sciences, and that's kind of where I went to. So, but I continued to write. And so I started with short stories.
Yeah.
Um,
So,
I was,
just
pardon
to
me?
just to be clear, you are writing full time now. That's sort of
I
your
am.
your thing that you
Yes.
do. What kind
That's
of
the thing that I do.
what kind of engineering were you involved in?
Mechanical.
Okay.
So that's what I graduated in. I always wanted to I still had an enormous love for the arts, specifically music, and not necessarily more in writing it, right? Writing lyrics and writing music. But I was also I like cars, and so that was kind of the direction that I kind of headed,
Mm-hmm.
was in the engineering. And I've always been connected with, I'll call it, mechanical things. That's just how my brain kind of works.
Mm-hmm.
And so math and sciences fit together. And so I was really started into my career in the engineering world, and I came back to starting writing short stories and trying to learn really the craft of writing, which is one of those things that I think you learn by just doing. And so I continued to do that, and we raised a family. I went down the road many, many times of all the rejection that happens to most writers.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were actually taking our daughter out to this West Coast to go to school, and I found a publisher online with um, that I kind of got connected with, and sent them the actor. They liked it, and that really started to change things a lot. So what I had originally planned was to really create a book that I could give my family as a Christmas present, as something Dad did. This is Dad's dream. But as we started to work with editors, it became a lot more than that, and I began to realize that this might be what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so when the actor came out, a number of things came about where I was working. We were doing some changes. They wanted me to head up another group, and I was really struggling with the sense of doing that. So as it turned out, they found out about we talked about the book, why I wasn't really interested in doing the next thing, and so the next thing I've kind of found myself is doing this thing full time. And what's that all about? Because I'm not from the publishing industry. I don't have contacts. I didn't have anything there really other than what I did. And so I've been writing to finish the actor while I was working. I would get up like at 5:30 every morning or earlier and write a page a day.
Hmm.
that's kind of how it kind of came together. That's kind of a page of the Stephen King, I think, story. I mean, after a year, you've got like 300 pages of work, right? And so when
Hmm.
we started to put that together, and it finally came together, that's when I started to pursue it. And then I got interested is how are you going to make this actually work? And that's where the book signing thing started to come together, and we started to go. And so that's kind of how it all started to come together.
Yeah.
I wrote a second book, The Drive-In, which is actually a collection of short stories. And it's the drive-in is a drive-in to work. You ride along with a person who's driving to work. And so that is kind of the narrative of the story and the things that he thinks about on his way to work. And the places that he passes, those are the short stories. And we
Yeah.
get to go inside those places and what the stories are there. So that was one of the initial things we went down to. That was actually the rights to that were actually bought for a scripted podcast.
Hmm.
And then from there, I had already really set my mind that I was going to write a follow up to The Actor, and that became The Musician. And that kind of went back to some of my experience with um, music in my later teens, like from the recording, touring on the road, that kind of stuff. But it continued the story of Ethan Jones, which is where The Actor was, and how it left off. It actually, it hadn't been intended, but there was more story to it. And so subsequently, I've written a third book, and its tentative title is The Reality of Delusion,
Hmm.
which really brings the whole thing all together. That's kind of that's even with the Globe comment calling it a story about obsession, delusion, and determination is really kind of is a real quick synopsis of what the story's about, which takes us through a lot of emotion. And so now we ended up out here, did a number of things, and then just in the end of 2022, I got connected with this Substack, which is I was looking when I finished my book, I was looking for something that would combine the newsletter that somehow or other you got connected on,
Hmm.
along with what I had been blogging on. And my blog kind of in nonfiction about different things. And I was in Toronto, and my agent shows me this Substack thing, which was exactly what I was looking for.
Hmm.
And so that's where that kind of began. And just before we got connected here, that's what I'm working on, because I've got another article coming out tomorrow. So it'll be a dozen now, and it'll continue on.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a thought experiment, if you like, Rich. As far as some of my different thinking that has kind of gone on, combining, shall we say, science with a spiritual element to the unconscious. And surprisingly, the unconscious came to me through an article that I read by Cormac McCarthy on the Kukule problem,
Which is
which
what
is
exactly?
the Kukule problem is it's a story about a chemist who Kukule was actually I believe he was a German chemist who came up with the formulation for the benzene ring. And he came up with that through he fell asleep the story goes he fell asleep at the fireside, and he dreamed of a snake swallowing its own tail.
Hmm.
And he woke up kind of with a eureka moment, that is the structure of benzene. It's a circle. And so McCormick took that and kind of, he was working, I guess he's a fellow with the Santa Fe Institute, which I didn't know about. He's a math guy too. And he started to have a discussion on the unconscious and language. And that language descended on us, not because we had room for it, almost like a virus, as a means for us to explain our unconscious. Not necessarily, like one of the examples he gives is that we're one of 5,000 mammals, and we're the only one that have language, and all the other mammals seem to communicate quite well.
Hmm.
And at, apparently, there's a number of other college university professors that also have the same idea as why. language came to us, and for this reason on the unconscious. So that's led me down a whole nother line
Yeah.
of, shall we say, books, but interests that still connect kind of with what my fiction writing is about in many ways. So, and really, the actor with I've always tried to avoid not giving it away, but the actors really is the story of a young man dealing with a significant tragedy in his life, and he goes into his head and imagines a world that is what he wanted to do, but is a way that unknowingly to him allows him to deal with the tragedy in his life.
Hmm.
And hence the actor, because it's all about Hollywood. There's lots of stuff that goes on with the Hollywood world and that type of thing. So
Yeah. Now, I was going to ask you, I've written a couple of science fiction books, and they're
yes.
big and long, 500 plus pages of really small font. And I did it because there were a lot of ideas that I needed to like think out loud about or explore, or and some of it was like there are real events that have happened to me that I don't know how to process, that I don't really have a category for. And if I talk to a normal person about it, then they're going to think that I'm nuts, and the conversation probably won't go very far. So, what if I just told the story and, as a science fiction book? But there were several concepts that I wanted to explore. One was if you had, like, let's say you suddenly had the power of God where you could just imagine whatever you wanted and it would happen however you wanted. Well, what would you do? It seemed like a really interesting
Yeah.
question. I didn't like the fact that so many stories, there's just like obstacle after obstacle that a person is trying to overcome. And it's almost like they just artificially create challenges for this person, and then you get to watch the journey of him overcoming this. So it's like, let's just skip all that, No obstacles. If you can think about it, you can make it happen. Now let's see what kind of chaos ensues. And then I got to know my characters really well, and I didn't have to write the story. I just, like, here's the world, here are the rules of this world, and here are the personalities of the characters, and they just do stuff. So I would try to get them to do things because it's like, oh, I want to have a scene where this happens. The characters just would not cooperate. Like they would. It's like
Yep.
I'm trying to get them to go here, and they just keep arguing. They're like, I'm not going to do that. Where do you get the? Because
Yep.
it just was not true to the characters. But
Yes.
all that to say, I'm sure that there was some idea or something that was troubling you, or something you wanted to explore that inspired you to write, so you could, basically look deeper into some idea. What is that idea?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because that is the actor. The concept of that was m- me trying to, I'll say, to write down almost like a self-help book of how you would achieve doing something. And so the first draft of it was really around you set something, shall we say, you set something that you want to do. So um, you kind of, when you began speaking about your sci-fi novel and being God, um, the concept of what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail almost seems to fit into that a little bit. And so I kind of took that, and that's where I was. When you have something, I'll call it, in your heart that you want to do, and you decide to do it, and there's nothing that's going to stop you from doing that. And that seems to be a lot of a story that, I'll call it, when I say artists, I don't mean painters specifically. We can be actors, musicians, but people in the art world, they almost can't help themselves. That's just what they're going to do, and no matter what gets put in front of them, that they just continue to push that forward. So with the actor, I always thought it would be kind of neat to go to Hollywood to pursue acting.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's, in not doing it, um, I decided to write about that. And that's how the first draft of the actor really came about, is how you would go about the auditions, how would you go about the rejection that constantly was happening, the sleeping in all kinds of different places just so you could get to the next audition. Much of it came from reading biographies from actors that we kind of know and hear about. And that's kind of how it started. And then I had this idea that I was actually traveling in Vermont with work, and I was listening to an NPR interview. I couldn't tell you what it was today, Rich. It's just one of those that was on the radio. And they were talking about a person that, by all kind of checks today, you would see this person and they fit into society quite easily, and you would not recognize anything that was abnormal about them. But if you sat down and talked to them for 5 minutes, you would realize that they were dealing with a very different world than the world that was before you. And so I thought, well, what happens if you could do that? What could happen if I could do this with the story? And so that's how the story really kind of came about. As I started to switch it from the standpoint of, I was intrigued with like the power of the mind and what you can imagine. And so a lot of that started to come together with how people deal with, I'll call it, real tragedies in their lives. And in this case, the tragedy is the murder of of a girlfriend. And what would you do if you just shut the world out and you begin to imagine another world? And that's kind of how the book started to kind of come together for me. And then the ending literally came to me in a hotel room in Vancouver
Hmm.
a year later, because of how I of telling the story that you're living, only to find out that that's actually not necessarily the story you thought it was.
Hmm. So I'm getting the impression that the actor kind of takes you inside of the character's mind, and in some cases, the lines between reality and his desired reality or something like that get blurred. Am I
Yes,
guessing?
that's how, without, I was going to say, without giving the end or anything away, that is what happens.
Hmm.
And why I think it worked well is because I wrote it originally as an authentic story about becoming an actor. I didn't write it as something that was coming out of a person's imagination.
Yeah. So like if
If
you
you,
had known that, it wouldn't have seemed as real, right?
That's kind of what I feel. I do, like, obviously I don't know that for sure, but that's kind of why I felt the story really kind of came together. And a lot of the feedback that I've gotten on it is very much along that lines.
Yeah.
So
There
didn't see that coming.
there's a
And
very strange thing that I noticed when I wrote my first book, and that is that events would happen, and it's not exactly stream of consciousness.
yep,
I'm thinking very carefully about how I'm wording things and if these events make sense, and etc. And doing continuity edits and whatever. But an event would happen that just as I'm writing, this is what happened, and it didn't
yes.
make any sense to me. And it's like, why did this happen? I don't know. But it's like that's what that person would say, or that's couldn't explain it. And I would keep going with the story, and then there's this callback, and you realize, oh, that's why that thing happened back there. And I don't know if it is like I'm getting inspiration from another source, or if the subconscious part of me has planned this story and my conscious mind is not aware of it yet. But it was very strange, and it happened a lot. And, there would be like these odd twists and turns that would catch me off guard in the story. So
Yes.
it was almost like I was watching the story happen rather than writing it myself.
I think that tends to be what makes it good. And sometimes when you follow where those strings will take you. Personally, I really find this is why fiction is important, and that's because you're, as a person reading fiction, you get to go somewhere where no one else has actually gone before,
Yeah. Yeah.
and that makes it fairly unique.
Imagine for a second, like you did something that was just so completely like bizarre, and like you would never do it. Like, I don't know. Imagine
Yes.
you went into a restaurant with a super soaker and walk up to somebody and just squirted a random person in the face. Nobody would hopefully ever do that. But there's this feeling you get like that is not something that you should do. You're not necessarily harming anybody. It's just so
Yes.
strange.
Yes.
I would find my characters in situations where I'd have an idea that they might do something that is so strange like that, or the plot might take a turn that is so strange that's like, if they go here, I don't know how I'm going to, get the story back on track. Um, and there's this moment of trepidation, uh, and then I would just do it anyway, just like push the story into some really bizarre direction. At one point, they accidentally destroy the universe and all that it contains, and so then it's like, well, how are we going to fix this?
Well, doesn't that fit into this? Um, what's the term? The psychic cosmology that we go on, that like the universe that we live in today is just a follow-up to one that existed prior to that. And so that example that you just gave, well, you blew up the universe, but that's just a cycle that it's going through.
Yeah, well, it's in my story. It's kind of like what a simulation theory world would be like,
Hmm.
where there's some underlying mechanism that makes this world possible,
Right.
and kind of like a video game or something, where if you alter the rules, then the laws of physics could potentially be changed, and etc. And they essentially ran across a bug in the code that sort of runs all of life and caused the system to crash. And so it's like the blue screen of the universe kind of a thing happens, and it has to be rebooted essentially by God in order to fix it. And
That sounds Douglas Adams-ish.
yeah, I've been accused of sounding a lot like Douglas Adams.
Because he would bring some very interesting things to the science fiction world that you don't necessarily anticipate. And when I bring that up, I think of, and I don't know whether it was in Hitchhiker's Guide or the restaurant, but he talks about looking into a painted, I think it was a car that was so black you could look into it forever.
Hmm.
And I thought, well, that's kind of interesting. It's
Yeah,
almost like a black hole kind of concept with the color.
yeah, I had the idea of something that is so dark that it makes things around it dark, like it absorbs light,
Yes, yes.
casts shadows into the areas that are well lit. And I think it might actually be possible to build a device that does that. I'm
Mm.
also an engineer and a mathematician, and had some weird ideas like that. Um,
When you mentioned that you were writing your book because you had some ideas that you were almost kind of trying to sort out or figure out. Oh,
my
hello.
daughter is interrupting.
Sorry.
Sorry, say what did you say?
Like the reason why you wrote the book is you were trying to figure out some things.
Mm-hmm.
It said, and I just recently listened to Sir Roger Penrose
Mm-hmm.
in a couple of interviews, and his one of his recent books that he was talking about consciousness on is why he wrote that book. And he was hoping that by the time he finished the book, he would figure out the link, which he didn't, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Like because he doesn't think consciousness is a computational thing. He thinks there's something that he didn't use the word metaphysical, but he thinks there's something that in the physical phenomena that we have not yet figured out to connect us to the consciousness world. And in writing the book, he found out about these microtubule
Mm-hmm.
mic, microtubule. I think that's what tubules, that he hadn't heard about, which is this again, this some kind of physical link that that we can not compute consciousness, but links it in some manner. But when you said that you were right, you wrote the book to kind of figure out something that you were thinking about. It made me think of that interview question that he just answered the other day.
Yeah, you're well, there's so many things that are related here that pop into my mind. Uh, in the book of, I think it's Matthew,
Yes.
one of the Gospels, Jesus, first time he speaks in public, everybody gets so angry they try to throw him off
Yes.
a cliff.
Yep.
And he makes his way through the crowd and goes on about his business. And
Hmm.
it's like there's something missing there. You have an angry mob trying to push you off a cliff, and you just sort of wander through them and go about your business. What happened? Like, how did he do that? It seemed very strange. And you could just say, oh, well, he's Jesus. He could do that kind of stuff. And I was toying with the idea that, like, what if he just knew exactly where to stand so that no one would notice him? And
Yes. Yes.
and I came up with this idea of like bubbles of oblivion. And like, what if you had some kind of mechanism that tracked the perception area of everyone around you, so you could see, and there was like some kind of a thing that indicated how long it would be before any human being or any person would ever look in a particular spot. You could
Yes.
hide something in plain sight, for a given time, and you
Yep.
could be invisible in a crowd and that kind of thing. And that opened up all kinds of interesting story possibilities. Of course, what
Oh
happened
yeah.
if somebody is taking a video, and you're standing in, like, and it's on video, and so, it turns out that the person who's trying to review the security cameras, when a person was standing in a bubble of oblivion that was on videotape, something weird would keep happening to distract him, and he would end up having to look away, and he would miss it, and then
Yes.
they have one of the technology that comes from the realm that's controlling these things. There's a device that can generate them, and in order to generate them, it sort of manipulates events in the vicinity that cause distractions. And so
Yes.
and they realize like how dangerous it is to use it in public areas, because the
Hmm.
distractions required to divert the attention of numerous people are things like buildings blowing up, and so so like, okay, let's turn this off. This is too dangerous.
Well, I mean, when you think of that concept, I mean, I when you even mention the book of Matthew, it's like what's sometimes hard to me is you're having this story that you're being told through the author Matthew about these things that happen, and in particular Jesus in this case, but trying to keep remembering that he knows everything that's going on.
Jesus knows everything that's going on, or what do you mean?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Jesus knows everything. Like as the story is progressing, as we're taught, Jesus knows all that's going on. So the I'll call it the human story that's connected, whether he's talking with his disciples or he's feeding the 5,000 or the 4,000, all of those things that are going on, he already knows.
Well, he
And that's
knows he knows certainly a lot of things, um, but you do have passages that talk about his learning things, and so he increases in wisdom or something, and he had to learn obedience and etc. So uh, part of the one of the most critical things about the story of Jesus is that he was made like us in all
yes.
respects. So that would also mean limitations, but the the fact that he has some kind of preternatural knowledge about things, like he says, there's going to be a donkey tied up, at this place
Yes.
over here, and he talks to the woman at the well and seems
Yep.
to know all kinds of strange things, and um, obviously he has that insight, but there is a pretty strong argument to be made for whatever kinds of things that he did should be possible for us to do also. Well, he said that himself in John 17, something like
Yes.
that. So, um, and I've experienced that where I just knew something really unusual. It's like there's no reason I should know that about that person,
Right. Right.
and I know why I know it, and I know what I need to do about it, and it ends up being a profound, life-changing thing for whoever that person was or whatever. Um, and the Pentecostals are trying to grab a hold of that and take control of it and be prophets and all that stuff, and figure out a way to monetize it essentially. But it's a bit of a rabbit trail.
Well, I mean, it definitely does, but it's definitely like a rabbit hole to go down. But I'm always intrigued in going down some of these because partly for the reason that this story, this writing, this happening has been with us for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm. I
Like we're talking like 2000 years, right? And it's like when I try and think about it, that it's kind of to your point, the rabbit holes, but maybe there's something more, and it's like, and what is that kind of things, like in all the gospels you mentioned, John and Matthew here. It's like there's things that go on that are in a supernatural sense, right? That um that um, we're educated in a way that we're almost like you have to see it to believe it.
yeah
And yet many of those stories are written with you have to believe it because you can't see it.
yeah I know that there's a part of faith that I feel like I have a distant view of it. There's the part of faith as it's used in the Bible that's more something that the scientific community would understand, which is, the word pistis is where we get epistemology, and it's like, how do we know things? And you have examples of people who are commended for their great faith because they had profound understanding and made wise choices based on their understanding. And then you have examples of people who are, reprobate or bad examples, like Esau, who traded his
Mm,
birthright for a bowl of soup. Well, that wasn't very forward thinking, right?
no, no,
To
no.
not be able to look into the future and say, I think the birthright and the inheritance of all of this stuff is more valuable than this immediate bowl of soup that's going to make me feel better about being hungry. And so that, principle of deferred gratification, where you have to be able to recognize the future and sacrifice immediate comfort for a much greater blessing in the distance, that takes faith or
Yes.
wisdom or a framing of reality that is correct, like you have in your mind a correct picture of reality such that it's useful for making predictions. And all of us navigate by that, and some of us have more of it than others, and it can be honed and developed. Obviously, you can get smarter by getting rid of cognitive dissonance and
Hmm.
by practicing thinking and by educating yourself in methods of thinking. And if you practice focusing on multiple things simultaneously, like do something that takes a lot of multitasking abilities, like learn to play an MMORPG in a raid, for example. Suddenly you have to be talking to multiple people simultaneously while you're watching a whole bunch of different characters
Yes.
and keeping track of your own stats and abilities, and it's a multitasking nightmare.
Yes. Yeah.
And but you can adapt to it and learn how to do it by practicing it and pushing
Yes.
into it. And so faith, in some sense, is it's akin to
Yep.
competence. Like
Yep. Yep.
I have enough of an understanding of how the world works that I'm able to navigate it in ways that end up being advantageous to me in the future. And the was it a centurion slave, or he said his slave was sick, And
Yes, yes, yes,
yeah, and Jesus says, I'll come to your house and heal him. And he says, you don't need to come to my house. I'm a
yes,
man of authority. I can tell somebody to go here or there, and they do it. And Jesus says, I've never seen such great faith.
yes,
And faith
yes,
in that sense was he recognized the authority that Jesus must have, and he understood authority structures. So it was more like competence and understanding.
yep,
You know, I I wholly reject any sense that faith is believing something in spite of evidence or believing something in spite of, well, by some kind of like religious loyalty, or I just believe it by faith, or something like that. That's just laziness
yes.
and an unwillingness to examine the things that you think you believe to see whether or not they're really true.
Hmm.
But there is something about believing and not doubting that I see some examples of it, and I feel like I need to understand this better. I raced BMX for a couple of years, and
Oh, wow. Okay.
there are these big double jumps, and you're literally going like 25 feet through the air over a great big double jump, and if you don't make it over the double jump and you like smash into the uphill
The
side
second
of
one.
the next jump,
Yeah, yeah.
it can be catastrophic and you can break your bicycle and stuff. And if you like hesitate
Yes.
and you're indecisive in the air and you're not sure if you're going to make it, well, you're probably going to crash or you're potentially going to crash. So
Yep.
you have to decide, I am going to make it, and then behave as if you are going to make it in order to do it. Otherwise,
There's something to that. Yes.
yeah, so you have to
Yes.
have certainty or it just doesn't work. There are many things that are like that. If you step into a project convinced that there's no way you could do it, then you probably are right, you know.
Yep. Well, I think Henry Ford said something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
I can't do it or I can do it. You're right.
It's like there's got to be some kind of limitations though also,
Yes.
because I've certainly been 100% certain and confident that things are going to go a particular way, and then I was horribly surprised.
Yes.
So I don't buy the whole secret thing, or the law of attraction or any of that
No. No.
that kind of stuff, because if that were true, then there would not be such a thing as surprise. Surprise does
Yes.
exist.
But there, to your point, there is something to that belief, and it's great when you said about it's like the hesitation, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's that hesitation, that sense that for that instant or that time you don't think you can do it, and that's what breaks it. It's, I mean, you were mentioning in Matthew, I mean, that seemed to happen to Peter on the stormy sea when he stepped out of the boat. It's like he believed, and then he couldn't, and then he fell. It's
Yeah.
like it's almost like how you describe the BMX and the two jumps, right? It's like it's one of those things that um, there's something to it, Rich. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's the part that I can't ignore. Like there's something to that, but what that is, and that's why I use the term metaphysical, because from the math science world, it doesn't necessarily fit.
Well, or it fits in a way that we don't have a way of, you
Correct.
know,
Yes. Yes.
articulating
And
it, I guess.
and this is what Penrose said in one of the most recent article, the things I was listening to, was the fact that he doesn't believe consciousness is computational,
Yeah,
and that
it's certainly not what like GPT is doing. Are you familiar with like Chat GPT or uh, any of these artificial intelligence models that are starting to go
right,
viral
I've heard
everywhere?
of that. Yes. And he was talking about that a little bit. I just don't know how dated it was what he was talking about, because the ones that are working on it, they seem to have a real belief that they can figure it out.
Yeah,
And
and
I
I find it to be comical that people think that like as soon as you get enough computation happening, then it's going to suddenly have feelings and opinions. It's like, well,
yes, yes. Yeah.
why do you think that that's going to happen? You're you're asking. Well, it's kind of like asking how fast does my car have to go before it becomes a bottle of whipped cream. Well, it's not a matter of speed. You know, for your car to turn into a bottle of whipped cream would take a lot of other things. You
Yes.
know, how many switches and how fast can these switches be flipped before suddenly it like
Yes.
gets
Yes. Yes.
lonely? I don't think that it's a matter of more switches or
Well, I
switches
mean,
flipping faster.
it's that what's that saying about you take 10 monkeys in a room and you allow them to type for infinity, a time of infinity, and they'll type the entire works of Shakespeare. But in talking to some programmers, they say no, it doesn't get clearer over time. It gets less clear over time. You need a programmer there in charge of it, that intelligent design, in order for it to become clearer. Over time, it doesn't get clearer. It goes the other way. It's kind of like entropy, right? The more disorder, the longer time you have, the more disorder you have. And
Yeah,
but
if
there's this concept that seems to be, I like your your analogy about driving a car fast enough you turn into whipped cream, because it's like it's almost that, do I use the word ludicrous? Like it's like it's just, there's just, that means it could turn into anything.
yeah, well, our minds can do computation. Uh, so to make a correlation between the computation that's happening in the computer and our minds is fine. So I can predict, you know, how fast I have to walk in order to get across the street before the car runs me
Mhm.
over, and a computer could do the same thing. Um, we can make robots that walk. We can
Yes.
make a purely mechanical robot that walks. In fact, I did that with the Legos with my kids the other day. It's just a motor, and it's a little thing
Yeah.
that's 6 legs, and it walks around.
Yeah.
Well, you know, how closely would it have to mimic the way a person walks before it becomes conscious and suddenly starts having feelings and opinions and thoughts? Well, it's, you know, just the fact that it can mimic something that a human can do, computation,
Yes. Yes.
to leap to consciousness. Well, nobody even knows what consciousness is. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
and we haven't been able to get anything else to be conscious. We just experience, you know, living things experience consciousness. Um, so to say that we can make machines that do computations and our brains can do computations and
Yes.
consciousness is probably in our brain, therefore things that can do computations will become conscious. That's a total
No.
non sequitur. It's just
No,
completely absurd.
it doesn't. There's no relationship there.
Yeah,
It's quite amazing. It's in fact, there's oftentimes in some of the stuff that I find myself reading these days is just how little we actually know about this subject that's been with us for so long, right? It's like, and it's that almost that control mechanism. Like we don't control when we're going to land on this planet, right?
right.
Like we don't know where we're going to be. And I mean, there's some argument would say, yeah, I have control when I'm going to leave, and I think some of that's probably a belief thing, but we're going to leave it for sure.
Yeah,
And where does that take us? And in the sense of, when we're here, what is it that we actually have control of here as well?
yeah,
It's just, it's kind of like, it to me, it's one of, it's some of those that I'm starting to discuss, because I find it like, in one of the recent things I was talking about was, um, I was going through the, like with the Hubble telescope, and how much we're discovering, right? Like the solar system that we exist in, basically we have 8 planets, and with all the discussion that's going on around SpaceX and going to Mars, it's not something we fly to in half an hour, right? It's like a long, long time, and that's just to Mars. So you start putting that together, and then you kind of find out that, well, the solar system is only part of the Milky Way, and the Milky Way has like 1 billion planets in it. And then you go, and now this observable part of the Hubble has given us, they say, 125 billion galaxies that are in the observable universe. So then it's like how big is big? Like it's just, it's almost unimaginable to me. And that's where I come back to, like, and you can go the other way too, right, into the atomic levels and these things. I mean, some of the things that they're modeling with DNA and how the structures of protein and sugars and how they rebuild and create what they're doing. And it's like, so how is it that we have free will?
Well, free will is a tricky
And that's a
thing
leap
also.
too, right? Yeah, and that's
Uh,
why I get very fascinated by it.
we all have a sense that if you were the one who said that nasty thing to that person, then we shouldn't go and try to make God apologize for causing you to say that. We
Right.
would say you should apologize. It was your action. Like,
Yes.
where is the problem with that action?
Yep.
Well, the problem was with you. You need to fix it. And so then you might look at, like, well, where did that come from? And it comes from some place in your heart. So, let's say, and well, what is that place in your heart? And it might be that it's because of some event where you became embittered with, against people who happen to have the name Karen or something. And that person's name happened to be Karen, so you were already in a bad mood. And then on top of that, she gave you a dirty look, or you thought she did, and so then you just start lipping off and whatever. So you're not like choosing to get angry and be rude to this person necessarily, as much as over a period of however long or some point several years in the past, you formed some opinions about an event that manifested in an action later.
Yes.
And so the free will element of it, or the choices that you made that in a sense determined how you would behave in that moment, were actually made possibly years earlier.
Right.
And so I, in thinking about this, and there's some stories in the Bible where this plays out, and it's sort of I don't know, it's like a thought experiment looking into this phenomenon.
Yes.
I came to the conclusion that the way that you form your opinions or your beliefs is of foremost importance. So when you decide that you feel pretty good about this particular thing, then that's going to affect how you behave. And in the heat of the moment, you've already made your choices. So you will behave according to the way that you have programmed yourself, sort of in your quiet contemplation. I was driving down the road a couple of days ago. It had snowed, road slick, and there's an intersection that's, for some reason, it's kind of a bad intersection. I think it's just that it's out there in the middle of nowhere, and there's not a lot of traffic. And I see the car, starting to pull out, and I found myself slamming on the brakes and just pounding my fist on the horn.
Yes.
And it wasn't like I thought, oh, maybe if I slam, pound on the horn, he'll hear me and he won't pull out in front of me. It was more like that's just what I was doing, and then I realized that's what I was doing before, so it wasn't conscious. But that action, of course, was pre-programmed based on who knows how many movies I've seen where people are
Yep.
doing that, and whether or not maybe I saw somebody do that to me, or I don't know. It occurred to me that a few weeks earlier I was wondering what would happen if a
Mm.
person pulled out in front of me. What would I do?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it would probably be a good idea to honk the horn, and it would probably be a good idea to look for a place to safely crash.
An exit.
Yeah, some way through, and I found myself just doing all of those things that had run through my head maybe a few weeks earlier when I was thinking about that. So who knows? Maybe I chose back then. In Isaiah chapter 10, uh, it talks about what is it? The king of Assyria, who is God's
Okay.
weapon of choice
Yep.
to bring judgment on the nation of Israel. The rod, or the staff in my hand, the rod of my indignation. However, in his heart, he does not think this is so, but in his heart, it's in his heart to like spoil nations and overpower and all this stuff. And then God says, I will punish him for the fruit of his stout heart, and for the glory of his high looks. Shall the staff boast against the one that lifts it up as if it was not made of wood? shall the axe boast against the one that swings it, as if it was not an axe? And so you have the free will part,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Mm-hmm.
essentially the contemplations of his heart. He is convinced that it is by his power and by his wisdom and etc. And God holds him responsible for that. However, the act of like sending all of his troops to, destroy this
Yes.
nation, God takes credit for that aspect of it.
That. Yep.
Yeah. So now there are people obviously who do not believe in free will at all.
Yes.
Everything is completely determined by an outside force, God or something like that. And then there's sort of the fatalistic view of just everything is a linear cause and effect chain, and everything that you choose to do is simply chemical reactions, and it's 100% inevitable. And so there's nothing that interrupts the sort of linear flow of cause and effect in the physical universe. And for the physicalist, that has to be their view.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that's how physical things behave. So we kind of get used to seeing that that's how physical things behave, and it's not too much of a leap to conclude that maybe that's what's happening when we have this illusion of causing things, or this illusion
Yes.
of personal responsibility, or whatever. But one thing that everyone hopefully agrees with is that there are certain things that your free will just cannot empower you to do. There's limitations. You didn't get to decide where you were born, and
Right. Right. Right.
you don't get to decide whether or not you can fly. And
Yes.
I mean, you can build airplanes, but I mean, fly like Superman, or shoot
Yep.
lasers out of your nostrils or something. You just can't decide to. Well, you could. I guess you could put like a laser pointer up your nose, but
No, but those are definitely things that you don't, and that's kind of when I come back to that whole cosmos discussion, is that we've been able to figure out constants like gravity, and we know that they can't be much different than they are. Like they have to be what they are, or the universe wouldn't exist. And then we have, and all of this is much bigger and much smaller than we are, and yet here we are, and we have we're having the belief that we have the free will to do things that could have effect on that. And that's where like it starts to become really, to me it becomes like it's one of those things that, well, I still have to think about this a little bit. It's not quite there. When you described the car, the honking the horn and looking for like an exit route or to avoid this,
mm-hmm.
kind of reminded me of reading Malcolm Gladwell's Blink. I don't know whether you've read Blink or not
Hmm.
by Malcolm Gladwell, but his whole aspect of that book
Would you please
was
close the door when you go out? Thank you.
how he how we have these things that we react, we don't think about it. He started the book, basically starts, you probably even may have read this in Scientific America, but they found this sarcophagus. I forget where it was exactly, but they believed it was like thousands and thousands of years old, and they brought it to, and they went through like analysis, finite element, all this kind of thing, to determining how old it was. And then they brought it in front of this, I'll call it experienced scientist that was knowing those kind of things. And he looked at it and he says, well, that can't be any older than 150 years old.
Hmm.
And it was like, it was all of that he could literally, without all the computational devices and technology we have in determining those ages, that he could kind of just know right away. And that's why he called the book Blink, because like athletes have this as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have a way of reacting that just fits. And when they start to think about it too much, it doesn't work anymore. It's
Yeah.
just like how they react, right? Whether you talk about a Gretzky or you talk about a Michael Jordan, they just had things that they did almost unknowingly in reaction to make what they were doing in their sport work. And when you mentioned the honking of the horn, like you said, you didn't even really think about it. That's just how you did it.
Yeah.
It was just a reaction almost.
Well, and we function that way all the time. We've offloaded so
Oh,
much of what we're doing to some autonomous thing. Like, I don't think about what kinds of words I want to use when I'm talking to you. I have some vague amorphous thing that is a thought that consists of
yes.
some set of feelings, and I don't even know what it is, but I have an intention, or like I have a desire to like put that out there so that another person can interact with it. And all these autonomous systems sort of activate and words start coming out of my mouth. And like I couldn't,
Yes.
any given sentence, I couldn't even tell you what were the words that I just used in that sentence unless
Right.
I really think about it, because all of that is autonomous. So it's almost like we are masters living in these bodies of a whole lot of systems that don't need
Yes.
very much input from us in order to function correctly. And so our free will, whatever it is, it seems like it's a very small, very powerless, tiny little thing that is almost like a whisper that is trying to, move the trees. It's just this very small thing.
It's funny that you just described it that way, because I just described it this way in one of the last things where I thought of it like the wind.
Yeah.
It is like, and you could almost put love into that same category. Is you can't see wind, but you can see its effects.
Mm-hmm.
Like when it's windy when you look out, unless there's nothing around, because then you couldn't tell, but you could feel it on your body. But to say that you can see it, you can't see it.
Yeah.
And it's like, so we go back to that question around it. I mean, do we even really choose who we fall in love with? I mean, we don't. We obviously aren't conscious of controlling our heartbeats, breathing, our blood flow. Like there's to me, it's amazing how we are function, and then we're given this internal nervous system with our brain that gives us this ability to, well, think. Like
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought up the thoughts, because I was going to say I fundamentally don't think that we even control our thoughts. Once we're on a thought, we can think about other things, like how you just recited that part of Isaiah 10.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just came out of you. And it doesn't appear to me like you have it opened in front of you, and it was just like one of those things that came out that helped you to explain that point. And
Yeah. Well, and I was paraphrasing it too. Like the exact quote's something completely different.
but it worked, and it explained kind of how that that the example was good enough to explain what that Assyrian king was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I'm more and more fascinated by this all the time. Like I can't, it doesn't seem to matter where I seem to go. It's just, it keeps coming back and forth. And I often was going to ask you a question. Is that why you started this podcast? Because just how those, like I often now have started going and having coffee with people
Mm-hmm.
just to have the same kind of exchange of, well, it's also part of community, and knowing that you need people,
Yeah.
but it's also the train of thought of where you go, which there's like, I just don't have a set agenda, right? Like I'm there just to have a chat, and I don't know necessarily where it's going to go. I mean, it can go from everything from politics right through to science and nature, and all the things. Although a lot of mine now is talking about the unconscious, is talking about the mind and how that goes, and a lot of what I'm tends to come around a lot of what I'm reading. So
Yeah. Well, I started the podcast partly because of something that happened with Moody Bible Institute, where I was convinced that they were a prestigious university who would have a meaningful understanding of ideas that uh, such that I could learn from them, and it just was not the case. It was a profound disappointment because
Oh, okay.
um, they they were hyper Calvinist, and
Okay.
the hyper Calvinist way of reading scripture is we have a sort of a logical systematic that's only logical in the sense of there are connections between certain groups of words. It
Right.
doesn't necessarily correspond to reality in any meaningful way, but it is a linguistic model that has a certain linguistic kind of elegance to it, and it's something that people can form groups around. And if you need something to give you credibility, and having useful information just won't do, then you can hold up the Bible and say the Bible teaches this stuff. And so that's sort of what Calvinism is. It's a
And that makes it right.
well, it forms groups and it sounds intelligent because of the kinds of words that are grouped together to give the illusion of it being intelligent or
Ah,
meaningful or something like that.
okay.
But it was, ideas like Jesus absorbing the wrath of God. Well, everybody said that that was the case, and I was not able to find any pastor or anyone in Christian leadership who doubted that or would contest that, and went through the entire Bible, a couple of times, and it's pretty clear that that's absurd and it's not in character with, the way that the Father would operate. It doesn't make any sense given his system of justice, which is spelled out clearly. And there is literally nothing in the Bible that hints at or suggests or implies in any way that the wrath of the Father is turned against the Son.
Right.
And I'm going, well, why is it that this whole university, this prestigious university, is filled with people who think that this is in the Bible when it's very plainly not? And why, further, is it that I haven't found a single individual who has noticed this?
Notice that it's not in the Bible?
Notice that it's not in the Bible. Notice that it's inconsistent with several things in the Bible. Notice the rational and logical and the kinds of problems that it creates to affirm it. And it wasn't until I came across there's this one. Well, there's a few people throughout church history who had mentioned some of these things, but I wasn't aware. It took a long time before I came across people who had noticed some of the same things. But there's a guy named Peter DeSario who had a YouTube channel where he was talking about a lot of these same issues. But like it had 100 views or something. It's like
Okay.
and yeah. So I realized that there are very few people who are challenging the established narratives of
Right.
like evangelical Protestantism or Catholicism, which are sort of the two main
Yes.
Western Christian models, both of which essentially come from the same place, which is mostly from St. Augustine and other influential teachers, throughout the
Yes.
1500-year period or whatever. And then everything in evangelical Protestantism that's divergent from Catholicism comes, well, it sort of starts with Luther and Calvin, and people have brought their own weird flavors into it, but it just seemed like there weren't many, and there still are not many people who are just aware of some of these really simple and obvious things
Mm-hmm.
that are simple and obvious if you are not influenced by Western Christianity and you just open up the Bible, not the NIV, and
Mm-hmm.
and read it. So, like the view of sacrifice, for example,
Mm-hmm.
the rabbis, you listen to a Jewish rabbi talk about sacrifice, and they understand it, and they give you a picture of it that corresponds to what the text actually says. You ask a Calvinist or a Protestant, most Protestants, about sacrifice, and they're going to throw out words like victim and substitute and punishment, and that's just not in the minds of anyone in the Bible that's writing about this stuff. They're not thinking those things at all.
Interesting. Interesting. It's very. I've just recently got on to this. Came through a coffee discussion. A gentleman named Michael Heiser,
Oh yeah.
The Unseen Realm,
Hmm.
and I haven't done justice to it yet, Rich. I kind of got recognized to it, and I started to look at it, and immediately he opens his thing talking about Psalm 82 and God and his council of gods. That's right in the psalm.
Hmm.
And I was intrigued by this almost right away because I'm kind of going, okay, so you're actually questioning some things here that I never hear questioned.
Yep.
So the line of thought you're on is kind of connecting with me, even though we're just connected by the internet here.
Yeah. Well, there's this fear. Like when I was at Moody, and I'm going, I am not seeing any passages anywhere in the Bible that suggest this idea that everyone is saying. It was terrifying because I'd been,
Right.
part of that group, and to be part of that group, you had to affirm the same bunch of
Of course,
ideas.
of course, of course. Yes, that's what
And
makes it a group.
yeah, well, there are lots of things that could make it a
Wow.
group, but in the case of most Christianity evolved into group identity based on agreeing on certain sets of words that we affirm. And I have some ideas of why that became the thing that gets you basically membership in the Christian club. And I think it's primarily that people want to continue to do evil, but they don't want to miss out on heaven, or they don't want to feel like they're
Right, right,
in conflict with God. So it's like, is there some way we could like still do evil, but not have any kind of conflict with God and still go to heaven when we die? And so they've spent roughly 1700 years building a narrative that allows for that.
hmm
And it sells really well. So you can
Sure,
definitely pack the
because you get both.
yeah, you can pack the church filled with people who are willing to throw money at you if you tell them that you can be wicked and still be okay with God. And well, how do you do that? Well, it depends on who you ask, but if you ask Martin Luther, it's like snow-covered dung. You're pristine and white on the outside as far as the way that God sees you, but on the inside, you're still just as corrupt and wretched and miserable as ever. Or if you
Did
want
he
to,
say that?
yeah, or
Snow-covered dung?
uh-huh, or like the
Really?
the Calvinist view is it's sort of a legal maneuvering kind of a thing where God has a legal obligation to punish you with the torment of eternal hell,
Mhm.
but Jesus is a divine being, so he's able to endure the torment of eternal hell for all people for all time. Um, and since really what needs to happen is that something needs to be punished, and as long as that punishment is dealt out, it doesn't really necessarily matter where it's dealt out, as long as it's dealt out, then God can transfer the punishment of Jesus to your legal account or something. And I'm using the wrong
Yeah.
words. These are not the
No, but
words that
you're
they would use to describe it.
right. But you're creating a picture though of what is trying to be defined,
Yeah,
and that makes sense to me.
which is it's difficult to do it if you start unpacking it and trying to relate it to something that corresponds to like a real justice system or
hmm
a real social system or a biblical justice system. It all falls apart. Because in the biblical justice system, God is not unrighteous to punish the innocent. Genesis chapter 18.
Right.
Those who punish the innocent and those who justify the wicked are both an abomination to God. Proverbs 15:17.
hmm
In matters of judgment, you shall condemn the guilty and you shall declare the righteous right, or something like that. Um, God will not accept a bribe to pervert justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those
Mm-hmm.
kinds of things. But the Bible's filled with all this kind of stuff.
Yes.
God's system of justice absolutely prohibits anything other than the person who has done the wicked act will suffer for his
Will
wicked
be
act.
punished.
You
Yes.
cannot punish a substitute or a proxy. Ezekiel chapter 18, I believe it is, like says it 16 different ways, just to make sure we're clear on this. The one who sins will be punished for his sin. And then
Yes.
it also says God is not obligated to punish anyone for any sin if that person has repented. And God will not remember the righteousness of the person who turns from his righteousness and does what is wicked. So it's
Right.
like your immediate standing with God at any given point depends on if you are righteous or if you're wicked. He doesn't care about what you did in the past. He doesn't need a sacrifice in order to forgive you. He won't forgive you if you continue in sin. And he will forgive you immediately if you turn from sin. No payments are needed, so this all, but,
Also,
again, we have to have a narrative that allows us to be wicked, but still be okay with God.
yeah, I'm intrigued by how you put that because it's very. I mean, if I go to it almost fits. I'm now thinking of like Matthew 6 and Sermon on the Mount, where he talks about no one can serve two masters, and yet that's kind of everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And we use it in the way that we want to suit our purposes. In fact, I was recently in a conversation where actually money was the wrong word. That was not the word that was really meant. And I said, so you're challenging the translation that's been what, 2000 years, that's never really changed. I don't know of a translation that doesn't say that. And you're saying here in 2023 that they're using the wrong word. So to your point about we can still be wicked and still go to heaven, it fits into that same kind of we could still do the wrong thing and still get there.
Yeah, if you're gonna, I don't know why people don't remember context, where it says you can't serve two masters,
Yes.
either,
Yep.
this one or that one. Therefore, I say to you, don't worry about your life, what you will eat or drink or where,
Yes.
and then it
Yep.
goes into
Yep.
all these like financial considerations and says, if you serve God, you won't have to worry about money.
Yes.
It's like,
Yes.
so, I mean, if you want to pull that verse out of its context and make an argument about that word for some reason, then you now have to try to, clear up the problem with the context makes it clear that it's talking about money also.
But it very much fits with what you're just kind of, and I guess this is what you kind of took from the Moody side, was the fact that we can continue to be wicked, sinful, and yet we'll still be okay.
Yeah, and it makes me think that it must be the experience of most people that their hearts and minds are just constantly full of wickedness. Because you talk to somebody about this, and they're, oh, well, are you saying you're perfect? Um,
Yes, that's the
well,
comeback.
if I wasn't perfect, does that mean that it's impossible for anyone to be perfect?
Right, right.
So
Yeah.
it's kind of a, why are you asking?
Yes.
Um,
No, it's very much what we're very much. You mentioned this is a bit off of a change. So that's before we get off that. So this is why you started this podcast.
well, I have seen how much harm it does to people to
Yes.
believe that it is impossible to be free from sin and that you don't need to be free from sin because Jesus was punished so you don't have to be. And that the only reason you might want to avoid sin is so you can have more blessings now. And it turns out that the opposite is true. It's like that's
Yes.
wrong on
Yes.
every
Yes.
level.
Yes.
It is the
Yes.
anti truth. If you
Yes.
walk in righteousness, it will cause you more hardship in many cases. You'll be persecuted, you'll be rejected, you're not going to be the popular guy in church if you want to live that way. And your life of following the teachings of Jesus is going to be a light that judges the wickedness of others around you. So you're just going to end up being hated, because just your very existence is a standard that is measuring other people.
Interesting. Interesting. Oh. So you mentioned Ezekiel,
Mm-hmm.
and um, so that was when I started Ezekiel. I was quite amazed by the description right in Ezekiel 1, where he's on the side beside the Kebar River, and he has this vision of the four cherubim,
Mm-hmm.
and like I had never heard this before, and I read this fairly recently. I'd never heard this described this way. Like when I'm reading this, I'm kind of thinking, I couldn't help it because it has nothing to do with it, but I kept thinking of the world of Dune, right, that Frank Herbert put together,
Mm-hmm.
and like this is like obviously like a vision that something was in in his head and how he put it together, but the description was, I'll say, almost incredible to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that was I said, there is so much stuff here that I've just never been kind of exposed to. I think primarily because my growing up was all kind of in the gospel world, um, and part of probably sermons presenting quotes from phrases that fit the teaching that was being led.
Mm-hmm.
But I found it quite incredible in reading some of this now more as a book than, shall we say, as part of the text, because it's like, man, there's more people that should really read this.
Yeah, visions are a very interesting thing. Uh, Visions and dreams, and I I don't want to become the crazy Pentecostal who stops studying and just, God spoke to me and he says that, well,
Yes,
all that,
yes,
just, it's nonsense. These
yes.
people are intellectually very lazy, and they're essentially enemies of the logos,
Yes.
however you want to say it.
Yes, logos. Yes, yeah.
There's a friend of mine was talking about one of his friends a few days ago. He was in church and they were doing I get the impression it was like the repetitive kind of worship where they sing one line 1,000 times.
Okay.
And I don't know if you've been exposed to that, but
No, no.
it's more popular in the more Pentecostal churches, and Hillsong worship has
Oh,
become this huge phenomenon that a
yes.
lot of the Protestant churches have adopted their songs. And they'll say things, they're like, who's going to fight my battles? And then they will literally say that like 30 times. And then everybody
Oh,
kind of starts moving and sway with the music, and they're repeating this thing over and over again. And there's this weird sort of hypnotic thing that happens.
like speaking in tongues.
Well, kind of. But it seems like they're intentionally um, making like I need to give some context here. So I do think that people who are determinists, like a Calvinist who
Yep,
believes in
yep,
determinism, they might not
yep.
actually have free will because they
Right.
don't. They're not able to believe in it, and it could be that at some point they had some agency, and as they studied the doctrines of Calvinism and started belonging to this group, they were sort of overpowered by that spirit, and they lost their personal agency, and they don't actually have free will, and maybe that's the world that they live in, a world where they are just dragged around by whatever forces are
Yes.
pushing them
Yep.
in whatever direction, and they become something like an NPC in this world. Um, and they so that people can be more conscious or less conscious. Obviously, the difference between a teenager and a conscientious
Hmm.
person. Teenagers are oblivious to the harm that they're causing to everyone around them all the time. Um, and and you can be in various states of awake and aware and observant and more of a free agent and
Yes.
etc. And the people who are easy to hypnotize, if you listen to
Yes.
like
Yes.
Darren
Yep.
Brown or somebody who talks about who to hypnotize, you find people who are highly suggestible, and
Yes.
those people are easy to overcome. And there are things that you can do that will put you in a more suggestible state. So if you're if you're in an environment where you feel safe, then your skeptical mind sort of relaxes and, oh, I'm
Yes.
fine
Yes.
here, I can listen. And so I don't know if it's intentional. In most cases, it's probably just people repeating what they've seen other places without really having any idea what's going on. But probably somebody somewhere was aware of the hypnotic power of the atmosphere that you can create by playing certain kinds of songs and having people
Sure.
repeat
Yep.
certain kinds of phrases and having everybody sway. And it
Yep.
just puts you into, it lulls you into a false sense of security where you shut off your skeptical mind, and then you're more suggestible. And then the goal, it seems, is the leadership in these cases. Well, they like the control, they like the fame, they like keeping the lights on in the building, which takes your money to do. And so there's a lot of personal advantages. Um, I
This is
started it.
this is kind of the Mars Hill story, right?
Wait, Mars Hill. Which one is that? Is that
That's the one they've done the podcast on, where they folded, right, basically, and they had a
is that the one in
very
Seattle?
yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
there was.
it's a very big deal. I've listened to a few of the podcasts. It's just intriguing to me because it's like the mega churches and kind of how you're describing it as far as how they pick and choose, I think, what's, I'll call it, from the Bible that they want to utilize for whatever they're trying to communicate or
Yeah,
push.
these churches are sort of the anti-Jordan Peterson, right? You know.
Oh, when you mentioned Jordan, did have you listened to his psychology of the Bible?
I've listened to so many hundred.
It's a staggering series. It's like 12 lectures that are 2.5 hours long,
Yeah.
and he only gets through Genesis.
Hmm. And
But
yeah, I
I
found
was I
myself like wishing I could talk to him because like
oh
I want to explain to you some things about sacrifice that are significant that you might be missing here.
yes,
Uh,
yes.
yeah. And by the way, Omicron is pronounced awe. Uh, I mean that's a convention.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Not that I care.
Oh, you mentioned logos, and he was talking about that on
Yeah.
one of the things. I've kind of stepped away a little bit from that just because I like hearing lots of different people and talking, right? And not just getting fixated, but he's because up here he's quite a controversial figure.
Yeah. Well,
Really
he's highlighted very well the spectrum between
no.
security and slavery under tyranny, which is
Hmm.
people
Hmm.
who are power hungry want to be in that universe,
Sure.
and people who are entitled also want to be in that universe. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum is personal responsibility, personal autonomy, personal freedom, which requires self governance and competence, right? So you can't
Yes.
be stupid and also uh, competent, or
Yes. Yeah.
a classic example. My 9-year-old son is really good at driving a backhoe. He can dig trenches. He can safely use the loader. I was out working on a big concrete project, and I said, Tim, do you want to go and get some bags of concrete for me? They're in the garage. You can use the tractor. So he jumps on the tractor and he drives down the narrow path through the dog run, essentially, and he goes around. He comes back literally like a minute and a half later with the bucket fully loaded with like 12 bags of 80-pound bags of concrete. And I'm like, how did you do that? And he's like, oh, I just, carefully set the bucket down, and I was able to, like, just shove it under there, and then got them all in all at once, So, yeah, it's like, kudos.
9 years old.
Yeah, and
Wow.
he helped us with a project. My dad, was a plumber for, I don't know, 45 years or something, and he worked with excavators, all those years. And so Tim is actually running the tractor to pull the cables. We're using pulleys to lift these big logs up to make a tree house. And we're like, a little bit further, Tim, and he's driving the tractor, pulling on the pulley, and he gets it into just the right spot. And then I'm like, all right, go around and hook this thing up and drag this tree over here. And he comes back, with the tree, driving the tree. My dad's just like, I can't believe that he can do that, And I worked with excavators. I've never seen an excavator as good as it. He's better than most of the excavators I've worked with,
That's pretty cool.
Well, and it's that balance of like trust and instruction, right? And then
Right. Yeah.
some room to make mistakes, but enough guidance that you don't make like that one mistake where you die. So
Right. Good point.
to have, to be able to drive a car, well, that's so dangerous, and it's such an incredible personal freedom, and it gives you so much power. To have a tractor. Well, a tractor in some ways is far more dangerous than a gun.
Yes.
But if you are competent and you have a tractor, then you're a powerful force for good. Same thing if you're competent and you have a gun, then you're potentially a powerful force for good.
Good. Yes.
But if you need oversight, it's like, gosh, I hate having oversight. Somebody wants to come and govern me.
Yes.
Goodbye. When it's like, I really don't need you to govern me. I don't need to be micromanaged. I really do know how to, put my pants on or whatever.
Whatever it is. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I find that one of the most frustrating things is when there's a person who is essentially incompetent, who is in charge, who's in authority.
Oh.
And so you are then forced by the authority figure to do things that you know are not wise.
Yes.
And that's, oh gosh, I struggle with that. Like,
when you say that, this is like a silly example of it, but so where we live, there's some, I'll say, about a block away, and it's part of the run route that I go on, and they've got the street closed off because they're doing some construction. It's like sewer work, right? And to your point about overmanagement, there's this one person they have that's there, and she has a need to tell everyone who comes within range of it what they have to do. Like, and as a runner, I mean, I'm not running through a construction site. I mean, you kind of know that that's not what you're going to do. So you're going to, and it's like, it's not really the street they're on and they're doing. It's at the end of a street. I don't go down that road anyway, but I have to turn to go down the street that they're kind of adjacent to. And every time I've done that in the last 10 days, so I run every other day, she's there to tell me that I can't run through the construction site and that I have to go left or right. And it's just like, I don't need that. Like, why do you need to think you need to instruct me?
Yeah.
Not to do that.
But it's interesting that you find religious systems. Most people who are the heads of religious systems don't actually think about these things on any deep level, but they're just doing what somebody else did, and they've been doing it for a long time because the people they were modeling were doing it for a long time. Nobody's thinking. They're just creatures of habit.
Yeah.
Creatures of instinct, like unreasoning animals. That's a quote from Jude, right? Well, he's doing the opposite. Jesus is offloading responsibility onto individuals. He's increasing the autonomy of the individual while he's increasing the competence of the individual. He shows them, he
Oh,
has them
okay.
practice it, and then he says, now get lost and go do it somewhere else.
Well, I mean, that's the big Peter scene. I just haven't heard that articulated in that way. I mean, I'm going to teach you how to fish, not going to fish for you.
Yeah.
And it's that kind of, but I haven't heard it articulated that that's what Jesus is doing. I like that. That's a great way of looking at it, actually, because it's very much. I don't know whether I told you, like, I had seen I watched I put podcasts and things on while I work out.
Hmm.
So I'm not literally sitting there like at a desk watching it, but and like, especially with podcasts, you don't really need the visual, you can hear. And so I listened to the entire lecture series of Peterson's Psychology of the Bible Stories. And it caught me to the point where, because he was the one that actually said that, the Bible actually has a plot, like
Hmm.
reading it cover to cover like a book. And I've heard people say they've read the Bible, but it's not in order. It's just like, I read this over here and I read this over here. And so that's what I decided to start doing. But what happened, Rich, was um, the reading became a study. So, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. So, what happened? So I'm now. So I'm going to say we started somewhere around the fall of 2020. So we're into the pandemic, and I was very intrigued. Like, I couldn't believe what he pulled out of Genesis.
Hmm.
And so I've just started Hosea. So when you mention Ezekiel and Daniel, like, those are fairly recent parts that I've read. But what I found is now I need that much more around them. Like, pulling different podcasts out about some of these different books, and I'm 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 thrilled and blown away by what I'm finding and what I'm reading. I just,
Hmm.
like that. It's not been like, of course, we've all heard Genesis 1, right? In the beginning, God created the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh. Like, so much of that are the quotable parts, right? They're the familiar parts that everybody kind of grabs. But that's why I mentioned Ezekiel, I meant Daniel, and him helping, like, Belteshazzar and his um, visions, like the handwriting on the wall and those events. And it's just like, it's incredibly rich. I'm not telling you anything you don't know here, obviously, but it's just something that I thought, like, this has been with us for thousands of years. It's probably the oldest text that we have. How is it that we're not revering this? Like,
Yeah.
that's the part that I'm finding so stunning to me at this point in time is, and that my thinking is, I don't know that many people have actually read it.
When I had my experiences at Moody, where I just realized like their entire systematic is so completely out of touch with the message of the Bible's stories that anybody who's in you know embedded in that narrative, or has that narrative in their head as a kind of framing, they're not going to be able to get any truth out of the Bible. And there are
Uh,
people who
okay.
are distant from God or the Bible or critical truths that are in it, and they're distant from religion and so on. And if they wanted to like go and explore that, the first thing they're most likely going to come across is a church, or something claiming to be Christian. And it's this gigantic wall that stands between
Ah,
any person who might want to get at that truth in the Bible. Um, and I was thinking that Christianity just needs to be completely rebranded. We need to get rid of the entire system. You know, and it feels like Jordan Peterson has somehow pulled that off. It's like, what is he, the reincarnate Christ or something? I,
well, I'm just like, there's often I'll bring that up, and like, one of the things that I hear out here is that well, he's not a Christian. And I'm kind of going like, um,
Define
what,
Christian.
what, what does that have to do with anything here, actually? Because, I mean,
Somebody's
it's stunning to me.
there was some guy who has like a huge following on YouTube. He's very traditional, sort of Reformed Christian, says Reformed Christian things, and he has a video called "How to Become a Christian," and it's gonna be like, here's the
Yeah,
prayer that you say, and here's the Romans road, and here's the things that you need to confess, and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, how do you become a Christian? Well, Christian is a little Christ, or someone who models themselves after the teachings of Christ. So first thing you got to do, got to figure out what Jesus is about, then start doing that, and you're now a Christian. You're a person who's following Christ. That's what a Christian is, really. And how far you want to go with that, well, that depends
yes.
on how far you want to go with that.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And if
It's
you
like,
are, I was at a men's Bible study, and I said, something to the effect of, a Christian is somebody who is acting like Christ, who has modeled their life after his example. And they're like, well, what if you went and you had an affair? Are you saying you're not a Christian? Well, Christian is a follower of Christ. Jesus never went and had affairs. So
yeah,
if you're following Christ, then you're not going to go there. So no,
right.
you're not a Christian if you're off having an affair. That's not a place that you could follow Jesus to.
Yes,
And then, of course,
yes.
well, there was the contesting of it, and how dare you say that, and why do you think I don't know, just random accusations, because it challenges the narrative of Jesus made sin okay with God. But
Wow.
what Jordan Peterson has done with the Bible, though, is he's managed to bring those stories to life in
Yes.
spite of how hard things calling themselves Christianity have been working for the last 1700 years to make sure that
Not
those
to.
stories are inaccessible.
Yes. So so you're saying that's intentional.
Uh, I don't think that everyone individually is intentionally doing that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think it's more like, when you have that personality cult type pastor who is part of this big megachurch who has the hypnotic music and
Right.
basically shuts off everyone's brain and then gives everyone the impression that they just need to outsource their thinking to him, follow him, and everything's going to be okay. I think they're doing it for personal advantage. They're not
Mm-hmm.
actually trying to distance people from God. That's just an inadvertent side effect. Now, it could be
Right.
that, the demonic forces working under the scene are doing that, and they're
Mm-hmm.
taking
Okay.
advantage of the lust for power that some of these people have to sort of make that happen.
Well, it was interesting when I first started this. I'll say this kind of journey that it's inevitably is going to be lifelong now. But um, one of the first things that I had kind of noticed was in the beginning when they're talking coming out of Egypt that the pyramids are not mentioned in the Bible. And so that became my question to be asking, right? And so I talked to one person, and they said they actually looked it up because they went to the books of Josephus,
Mm-hmm.
and in his work, it's the pyramids are mentioned once,
Hmm.
and so it's still a question. And like as I go through it, there's more. Like one of the things that became very aware, made me very aware, was even the story of Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, right? And I saw that out of the Mark Burnett, Roma Downey Bible TV series because it was
Hmm.
the visual part of it, and it was the first time that I kind of recognized, like, you know, this Bible is telling us stories about who we are and what we do, and like the whole Abraham's told by God that he's going to have descendants greater than the stars. And yet, when Sarah comes to him being barren and saying, I cannot give you an heir, so you need to go to Hagar, our our slave woman, um, and have your heir, which then Abraham goes and does, right? And I'm watching this as I'm kind of going through it. I'm kind of going like, this is such a human solution to something that you've already been told is going to be handled.
Hmm.
And that's when it really started to dawn on me. There's way more here than what I had kind of been brought up with, so to speak. Like it had always been kind of this is a religious document, and I'm kind of going, this seems to be like a, a very human document of who we are and what we'll do and what we do.
Hmm.
And the more I read it, the more that's exactly how I feel, except I think it's even more than just about us, but it's about the world and the different things that kind of go on with it. So that's why it's become very like extremely fascinating to me, especially as I expand on different call people talking about the different books of the Bible, whether it be on podcasts or in books that I'm reading. So, but that was the first one that really prompted that, was that the story of how they portrayed um, Abraham with Hagar and Sarah, and just how that, because I mean Sarah even laughs about it, right? Like, now I'm 90 years old and I'm going to have a child. Like,
Yeah.
that's not going to happen. And it just is one of those things that just continues to almost repeat as you go through, like even like the whole stories of Esther, and then historically, um, like how we go from Moses with the commandments, and how it goes from there. We have Saul becoming the first king, and then he's pushed away, then David, Solomon, and then after Solomon, how Israel and Judah come together, and like the historical parts of it that are in the Bible, like the Assyrians taking Israel, and then you have the Babylonians coming in and taking over the Judah part. They go into exile, and then you go from there to the Persians, and you go through the Greek and Roman. And for me, it's like, this is not these are not fictional stories. This is real stuff
Hmm.
that became very connected with, to me, of like even world history, right? Like as far as how that fits together, and it become like overwhelming to me as far as how important this book is. Like, and that's why, like I said to you earlier on, it's like, I can't believe that this book isn't revered, and to some it is,
Yeah.
but to the whole world, like, it's just stunning to me. Like, it's amazing to me. So
Yeah. It to me is just, it's gut wrenching to know that most people associate the Bible with something that is going on in a church somewhere today. And
mhm.
even just, I found myself being really irritated at a song that said, we're so unworthy of your love. And I'm going, okay, it is a dumb thing to say that for so many reasons. Like, first of all, love, it is that infant child worthy of its mother's love. What has it done to be worthy of
No.
that? And what do you mean
Yes,
by
yes.
worthy? Do you mean that that child has put the mom in a position where she now owes that child, or else he'll exercise tyrannical power over her and force her? Or it's like, first of
Wow.
all, love is not something that you give to something that is worthy of it, and there's just like zero thought that goes into a phrase like that. Or like when somebody says, we're totally depraved, but you paid for our sin debt.
I don't
Paid
know.
for, like, how do you pay for a sin debt? What does that mean? And is that really the problem? And or another one that just, why do people say this? God loves you just the way you are. Okay, so you have this person who's a serial killer. Well, God loves him
Yeah.
just the way he is. What are you saying? What do you do with that? Does that
What do you
mean,
do with that? Right.
yeah, there's nothing you can do with that.
No.
You can
Yeah.
just like feel good about, like, oh, God still loves me. Is that like, oh, that was never really a question. God is love, so that's the way he is all the time. Question is, if you're a serial killer, should you maybe stop being that? And that if you're going to say God loves you just the way you are you saying that God likes you being just the way that you are? Are you saying that God loves you just the way that you are, so you don't need to change? Are you are you saying that,
Yes,
this fear that maybe God's not okay with you behaving this way, you should let go of that because God's okay with you behaving this way? So it's just one of those phrases that zero
doesn't
thought
say
went
anything.
into it.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's just the lips flapping in a way, or it rhymes with the next line of the verse that it's been put into or something. But it is. I mean, when you start paying attention to words, it changes things, right? A lot.
Yeah. Um, People were complaining about that at Moody. That they're like, I don't know how to talk to you, Rich. It's like you expect me to give definitions to every word that I'm using, and it's like, God does everything for His glory, and you're like, well, what do you mean by that? Well, if He does it for His glory, what do you mean? What do you mean? It's just He does it for His glory. What I mean is, are you saying that God like wants to crowd surf at a rock concert and like soak in all the adoration of His fans? Do you mean that He wants to take credit for everybody else's efforts because He's like craving attention?
Right. Right.
It's like I mean, is it just a set of words that gives you admittance into the club, or is there meaning here? And yeah, it's like you have there is so much infinitely more value in listening to Jordan Peterson's lectures on the Bible than any 10,000 sermons from anything that's sort of traditional.
Well, I mean, that is part of what brought me back and connected me, because like there's a meaningful thought that goes in. I mean, he was the first one to express something like, I thought about this for 2 years. Like, I've never heard that kind of expressed that way, right? Like, and it's like, that's what I'm doing. Like,
Yeah,
I'm thinking about something for a long time. That's why it doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't come together. It doesn't fit together.
the
And
the
so,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say the first and probably still the only time I have ever heard anyone talk about the cross uh, that convinced me that there's another person in the world who gets it. It was when Jordan Peterson was talking about what it means to take responsibility for all of the evil world and bear it upon your shoulders, and then carry it all the way, uh, to the death of ego, essentially, or something like that.
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
in the midst of the most perfect, God in flesh, like there is no more righteous or perfect or holy or pristine kind of figure than Christ, and He faces the kind of evil that there is no more corrupt and horrible and wicked kind of evil, and He's able to take that on, and in an uncompromising, He never once lies or cheats or steals or tries to weasel His way out of it. It's 1 Peter chapter 2.
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, and in doing that, He basically, in clinging to sort of this principle of divine righteousness, He is able to overcome even death itself, and He becomes an immortal. Um, and then He becomes the example of what we are to do ourselves, that we bear the world's evils without compromising and without engaging in it, and that is the path to immortality. And so Jesus is revealing this path. And I'm just going, yes,
You get it.
you get it, yeah. And you can read that out of the text, but
Yeah.
like to have a public figure be aware of it, rather than, I don't know, the Catholics, they seems like the whole Catholic idea of the cross is, look at how much this guy suffered. And it's almost like that's the whole point. He suffered so
Yeah.
much. Okay, well, what do we do with that? Well, you be very pious about it, I guess, or it's right? You take the Protestant view of it, and it's all about Jesus maneuvering some legal system so that God now has legal justification for pretending like we're righteous even when we're not, or forgiving our
Right.
past sin or something like that. And it's like, no, Jesus is the way, right?
Yes.
He is the way to eternal life. And that means that if you are going to inherit eternal life, you're going to have to go the direction that he went. And that was the direction of always being pleasing to the Father and
Mhm.
ultimately putting the flesh to death um, when he was confronted with either do the will of God or do the will of the flesh. He chose to do the will of God, to the
Yes.
death of his flesh.
Yes.
And that
Yep.
is the path to eternal life. And those who are Christ have crucified the flesh with its passions and its lusts. Therefore walk unto all pleasing, putting aside all malice and greed, or guile and hypocrisies and evil speakings, perfecting holiness in the fear of God. Be holy as he is holy, etc.
We were going through this Matthew in 16 and 17, and how he was describing in the sense that there is a suffering to get to where you need to go, um, to God, and he's in the time when he's just told the disciples that I'm going to suffer. I'm going to be killed. And Peter comes to him and says, no, 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 that's not going to happen to you. And he says, get out of my way, Satan. And then he kind of starts to explain how, like, what you have to do to walk the path that's required, and to get to that glory, there is some suffering that will take place, right? And in the discussion we were having, it was around like how we actually almost educate in the other way around, right? We don't want anyone to suffer.
Mm.
We want to avoid, like, even in raising kids or being raised ourselves, it was like parents are trying to avoid that suffering. And yet, like, when you're reading this in the Bible, and it's like, because it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, it fits together for what we're trying to understand. And it's not new, right? That's the part, like, I keep coming back to, like, this has been with us humans for 2000 plus years. Like, it's a long, long time. And why we think we're the most intelligent race today that ever is it's peculiar. It's very peculiar to me. And
Yeah, there's a whole lot of things that I feel like I need to explore more. There's a lot of this mindfulness movement, and
yes,
maybe I'm
yeah,
using the wrong word there, and I don't fully understand what it is, but my limited understanding seems like it's associated with intentionally doing things that are uncomfortable, or at least that it's.
oh, okay, I've not heard that before, so
Um,
that's interesting.
well, J.P. Sears mentions it a few times that there's value in growing
Yes,
accustomed to intentionally doing things that make you uncomfortable.
yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah,
And
that's a
if you're going to become like a world class athlete, well, you spend a lot of time doing things that your body tells you you shouldn't be doing. Your
yep,
muscles will be hurting and your heart's
you're in pain.
pounding and you're tired and your body is screaming at you to stop and you're like, shut up, body, and you keep going anyway. And it's almost like the logos has to be awake in you, or at least something other than the desires of your flesh have to be awake in you for you to be aware that your flesh is
Yes,
telling you this, and for you to make a decision other than what your flesh is telling you to do. And there's
yep,
this sort of argument that you have with your body, and that is what suffering is by definition. In some sense, it's doing what your body doesn't want you to do. Holding your breath for a long time, you immediately feel it.
yep,
Fasting, you'll feel it. Doing a really difficult workout, you feel it. doing the cold plunge, you feel it. Try jumping into 37-degree water, and your body's like, "Don't do that! Don't do that! What are you thinking?" Splash! Ah.
No, it's all of those things to me is almost, it seems almost contrary to what um, what we're mentored to do in a way, like what we're educated to do. And it's and when you tap into that, um and that in many ways, even my world, since I kind of went on to this writing in full time, has taken that kind of move, right? You're doing things that are intentionally uncomfortable,
Mm,
um, partly even for what you write about, right? And trying to figure out what that is. It's and again, I'm quoting Peterson here again, but he has said something about trying to find the most difficult thing there is to do that can bring the highest good.
mm,
And he says that should be, he I don't think he says should be your goal. He says that is one of the things, if you're trying to figure out what it is you're supposed to do, you should be trying to look at what is the hardest thing you could do that could bring the greatest good. And he then caps it with something to the effect of, do you really have anything else that's better to do?
mm,
And I like, I don't know whether this is through his training, his years of like um, doing his counseling and psychology, but it was one of those things that started to really resonate with me, was just hearing that kind of, I had never heard it actually articulated that way. I think that was the part that was like, it resonated, but I'd not heard that said in such a way,
mhm,
that, because by and large, that often we're asked, like, you go to the counselor at high school, right? Like, what's your career going to be? Well, what are you really good at? Well, what you're really good at is not necessarily what you even like to do.
yeah.
Like, it's one of those things that, like, I've written about this in the sense that what we like to do or want to do or love to do is not always necessarily what we're good at. Because quite often what you're really good at, you're given accolades for, right? And as soon as you get accolades, that makes you feel good, but you might not like it at all.
Yeah.
Like, like I'm thinking of like when the kids are growing up, like my son was actually very, very coordinated, like, from an athletic part, but he wasn't particularly interested in sports. He liked board games, but he was really big in the act, like he loved acting, movies, and that kind of thing.
Mhm,
And it's like, but you can throw a football almost the length of the football field.
mm,
You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's one of those things, and it started to become like, I was always very good at math, but it's not necessarily something I'm interested in it, but it's not something I want to do all the time.
yeah. Oh,
But
I'm
to
the opposite. Like if I could just sit there and
do math all day.
do math, yeah, every once in a while I would get a little bit ahead on a project or something, and I would like find an excuse to. There's some, there's something that we need to do at work, and maybe there's a way. If I were to invent an algorithm that could do this, then we could incorporate it into this project, and this project would be more efficient. So I'm going to use this as an excuse to like start experimenting with algorithms and
There
plotting
you
the
go.
output in 3D space or something. And yeah, I was trying at one point to find a more efficient way to do barocentric mapping that would include a weight uh, for the normal. Well, actually, no. To do mapping off the surface of a triangle, you have to take the normal into consideration. And under certain circumstances, you can just add weight to the three vectors that make up the triangle to get an
Okay.
offset off the surface as well. And the trouble is that only works if the triangle's points are all like non-zero on the axis parallel to the normal.
Oh,
And
okay.
so like I had to think about it for a while before I realized, you can do that with some triangles, but this isn't really a good solution for anything that would be practical related to like intersection of triangles or barocentric mapping or whatever. And
And you love that.
yeah, absolutely
Yeah.
love it. And when I figured out like what a matrix multiplication is doing in order to get the transforms, including rotation and scale of like all kinds of points in space. So you're basically taking a measurement of where this point is relative to a local XYZ axis and like why it's so efficient. It was like, oh my gosh, suddenly I understand what's going on here, and it's almost like a mapping a point to in a position relative to a bounding box, and that bounding box can rotate. And anyway, yeah, those things that blow my mind and that I think are super cool, and I would
Well,
spend all my time on that if I could.
you were. Well, I was talking earlier on about Roger Penrose in the interview. In his early career, he met Escher,
Hmm.
the artist, the mathematical artist, and apparently he had something to do with the never-ending stream, like the one that goes like looks like it's constantly going up.
Yeah.
The print that he does, and he was talking about this concept of putting squares to make a picture, to fill a picture, and
Hmm.
it was done through an architect. I didn't completely grasp the whole thing, but he was totally fascinated by how this all kind of fits together. And I know I have a attraction to it because I like Escher's work. I like figuring that out and how that kind of works together. But but you like the math behind that.
Yeah. When you can make the math do something really cool, like I tried off and on for a couple of years to find a really stable cloth solver through trial and error. And one evening at like 9 o'clock at night when I was on a trip in LA and I'd been staring at the computer all day long, um, I finally got it to work, and it
Oh,
was super stable on all kinds of odd topologies. So you could have like really long and skinny triangles, or you could have like an n-gon, mixed with triangles and all of these weird shapes. And it was stable and it solved quickly. Just seemed like it could handle anything. And it was like, you know, the angels of God descended upon the computer, and there was
put
much
them together.
rejoicing. Yeah. And I still have it, and it's being used by lots of people and stuff. So it ended up being really cool. Uh,
Wow.
I don't know. That to me, that's like there's an infinite number of amazing
Yes.
places to explore in the world of mathematics, and I never fell for the whole well, smarter people than you have tried. Because I was told that when I first started getting into it. Oh, smarter
Oh,
people than
really?
you have tried. It's like
Oh, wow.
so.
That's really motivational.
Yeah.
Wow. I just finished watching the BBC series on history of math,
Hmm.
which is very interesting too. Like that part I really find kind of interesting as far as how history put some of those things together. Like when the pyramids, they knew that the pyramids that or they believed they knew the designers of the pyramids knew pi, which is long before the Greeks actually discovered pi, right? And so it's like, well, how did they know that? Like, how did they put that together? And I do like that. But when you describe math, it's like trying to figure out how to write the perfect sentence.
Yeah.
that's that's kind of like because I've said it's like wouldn't it be wonderful to write a sentence once in a while that when you finished it you didn't feel like you had to go back and edit it.
Yeah.
So
That.
it's like it's kind of interesting that way. but the but no, I was going to say going back to talking about the Bible itself as a text and the ancient text of it. It's just I'm constantly blown away by what I'm reading these days, and like the description, because it's the Bible study I'm part of. We're doing Matthew, so it's a little out of sync with where I am in the Old Testament right now. But the really interesting part of it is they're going back to all of the references in Matthew as an example that are pulled from the books of the Old Testament. And I'm finding that very like interesting, whether they're pulling it from Isaiah, whether they're pulling it from Genesis or Exodus. It's like I didn't know they were their links.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like in the one in this Bible series, he talks about like there's some like 64,000 links in the Bible,
Yeah.
and he describes it as being the first hyperlinked document ever.
Yeah. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. There are certain things in the Old Testament that, and I can't think of any, but I've heard this said a lot. Maybe I should stop saying it until I can actually confirm it for myself. But people make the claim that stuff in the New Testament makes things in the Old Testament come to light.
Yes.
The only trouble is the few examples that I can think of that people use all the time are uh, misapprehensions. It's like, no, that's not what's going on. You don't understand the story. Um,
Okay. Okay.
Now, when you read Psalm 22, and here's this description of crucifixion, it seems
Yes.
like that's an oddly specific description of something that hasn't happened yet.
Right.
And then when Jesus is on the cross and he quotes the opening line of that psalm, um, somebody somebody made the point that, well, what did you expect him to quote the entire chapter? He's just giving you the heading so that you go and look. It's probably difficult to speak at this point, but then it goes through and it describes all this stuff.
Well, this Matthew that we're going through, so we're at chapter 17 right now. But almost every chapter we've done, it's gone back and done all the Old Testament references
Mm-hmm.
from that particular part of Matthew, which I found just fascinating. Like in 16, he talks about Jonah,
Mm-hmm.
and in 12, he actually expands on Jonah from the point of view of the 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 3 days that he spends in the whale,
Mm-hmm.
and alluding that to the 3 days for resurrection. And like I just hadn't like those are things that I just hadn't connected with. The things with Moses and 40 days. Um, and I'm not doing a great job of paraphrasing them because they're not like right in front of me, but I've been quite amazed at how those links go right back to the various parts of the Old Testament that I had no idea of. I mean, it's the only book they really could reference at that time, but I didn't know there were so many. Like I just
Yeah.
didn't recognize that at all.
Hebrews is, the book of Hebrews is a classic example of where, unless you are kind of an expert in ancient, forgotten ancient Hebrew culture, you have no idea what's going on in the book of Hebrews.
Right.
I've heard people get that book wrong. Well, I don't know that I've ever heard anybody get it right. Every time I've ever heard somebody, especially if they're influenced by like a Protestant Bible college, talk about the book of Hebrews, it's just ghastly, like how completely out of
Wrong.
touch they are.
Really?
Yeah, and
Well, I
it's mostly because of this narrative of, we have to have some kind of manipulation of God's legal system so that we can be wicked and still be accepted by Him. And the sacrificial system, I think it's because it's like most people don't. Most Christians aren't like reading the book of Leviticus and memorizing it so that they're like calling their pastor to account,
right.
saying, "That's not what's going on there. Haven't you ever read Leviticus chapter 5 where the Korban Hasham is described?" What's the Korban Hasham? Oh, that's the Hebrew word for this particular sacrifice. So, every Christian knows that there's 5 words for love. There's agape and storge and eros, and phileo and all that.
Wow.
But they don't know how many words there are for sacrifice. Why? Because, I don't know, just not popular right now? Someday it'll be
Well,
trending.
I'd heard that one of the big parts that church was trying to represent was the fact that you wanted to make people feel good. So in um,
Yeah, it's the same reason you
in
give your kids candy every day.
well, that's what they were comparing it to, though, right?
Yeah.
And when you read when I think that's maybe why sometimes it's shocking when people say, "Well, there's so many terrible things that happen in the Bible." Well, it is life, but like you 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 mentioned it earlier on, you don't get to be a world-class athlete without suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just not it's not in the works, right? Now, whether you as an athlete you learn to adjust to that suffering, meaning that like you have to go through that to be able to skate faster, or you need to go through that in order to be stronger. Um, um, it's just part of it. And the other thing is, if it doesn't jive with your system, in that um, you have this propensity, this strong connection with it, you can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like have you? I've read a few of Malcolm Gladwell's. He wrote Outliers too. I don't know whether you know that book or not.
Mm-hmm.
This is where he talks about the 10,000 hours. You may have heard that when you put 10,000 hours into some kind of expertise, you become an expert at it. And he used things like the Beatles playing in Hamburg before they become successful, and they would play like 7 shows a day, and that's when they really learned how to become a band, and they put their like 10,000 hours in, right? And you hear about it in a lot of different ways, but what he kind of concluded from it wasn't so much the talent that made those people great. It was the fact that they had this incredible desire to do that.
Yeah, that seems to be a really critical part of the question that people aren't asking. I was talking to a guy he's kind of like a fitness consultant, super fit, you know.
Yes.
He's perfectly cut. He cycles and cold plunges and eats healthy, and he's just obsessed with it. And he was talking about how to motivate people to overcome the pain when they're exercising and their body wants to quit and all this stuff. And we were talking about mindfulness in general, or like being a conscious being rather than being a creature of instinct. There are people who were ruled by their stomach and their whatever. And I said, the question that isn't really being brought up is like, why do you want to become so physically fit? And
Right.
the question just was like, well, what do you mean?
Yes.
What is the point?
Yes.
You know,
Yep.
okay, I'm more fit than anybody else. And what does that do for you exactly? You can live longer. And what, be fit longer? Why do you want to live longer? What is it that you're experiencing? Or, so there has to be some kind of an underlying philosophy that's compelling you to go and get in shape in the first place. And that
Yes.
could be any number of things. Some may be more noble than others. Some of them downright like deplorable.
Yes. Yep. They're not always good. Because I mean, another example I think of is golfers, right? Like to become a professional golfer, you're like hitting golf balls like every day, like hundreds of them, and
Mm-hmm.
then playing a round or two of golf. Well, it's pretty hard to do that unless you have a deep love, desire to do that. Like it's just like you can't make yourself do that, so to speak, right?
Yeah. Well, and something like that could be ingrained. It could be that the one person in your life who you experienced like genuine compassion or kindness from was your uncle or something like that. Most uncles are abusing
Right.
you, but let's pretend like there's a good uncle somewhere in the world, and
Yes.
and
Yes.
that good uncle took you out and played golf with you and was nice to
Right.
you and listened to you and paid attention to you. And
Yep.
it's like, so forever in your mind, golf is associated with
Wonderful.
feeling like someone loves you.
Joyful. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's just the love of golf is implanted. And same thing happened for me with coffee. Like my whole life I've loved coffee, and it's because I my first real conversation with another human being didn't really happen until I was 17 because I was that sheltered and that isolated.
Mm-hmm.
And in this conversation, I got to stay up really late and we made eggs with cheese and we drank coffee really late. And it's like it's a meaningful conversation where I was able to think out loud and work through some of these troubling thoughts. And so for me, coffee and conversation are kind of the same thing. It just kind of brings me back to that finally able to process all the inner turmoil. Yeah, exactly. No, but I'm drinking tea tonight.
It's funny that you said that because that is a big one for me. Like I often will like to walk in a forest. I like to have a coffee, and it was one of the things I was commenting today because I was out at I intentional about it. I go out for coffee with people, and it's like they're individual. It's not like a group, and it's just and we have these conversations, but it's always coffee. Coffee does something to that. I like even when I go to the movies, it annoys me that like they don't cater necessarily to coffee drinkers at the movie theater.
Yeah,
And I love to have a coffee. Like I'm a big movie fan. I think we talked about that earlier on with David Lynch, but I uh, I really enjoy seeing a movie, having a coffee. Like it's just part of the deal, right? Just I guess
yeah,
it's like popcorn. So I get the coffee thing.
yeah. Well, like caffeine blocks a chemical that regulates serotonin, so your brain basically goes into a momentary serotonin overdose, and you feel really good, and you
Yes.
have this strange emotion of like everything is so cool, and then you kind
Yes.
of crash, afterwards.
Yes. Yeah, you do.
So, it's you disrupting your body's normal chemical functions in a way, um, which same things happens if you eat a bunch of sugar.
Yes.
You have a sugar spike and a sugar crash. And
No, very true, very true. Have you read any of Peterson's books? Like Maps of Meaning?
no, I've listened to probably 600 hours of his talks, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, you'd think I would read his books at some point. But I've probably gotten all of the content of the books just from listening to him talk.
Well, a note from my daughter was she said, um, I much prefer hearing him talk to his writing.
Hmm.
She said that because she got the I think at the 12
12 rules.
what 12 rules, and they did that at her book club, and she said he's way better on the screen like talking than she found reading his book. I got Maps of Meaning because again, like the Bible story, he did the lecture series on his Maps of Meaning. It was a course that he offered at U of T,
Hmm.
and it was again very fascinating. Like it was just how he put it all together, and that was like long before he was even known, right? He did that as a professor, and he was trying to give a perspective of the world even at that point in time. So but I quite enjoyed that lecture series. So it was really intriguing, and the funny part of this whole thing was, um, I probably would not have. I would eventually have heard of him because he's just become part of our world, right? But my son had started to listen to the Joe Rogan Experience. This is
Hmm.
a few years ago, and he says, "Dad, you should." And I wasn't really into the podcast space at that time, and he said, "You should really give Joe Rogan a listen." And I said, "You mean the guy with the Fear Factor?" And he says, "Yeah, yeah." He says, and so the first podcast I listened to was he was talking to Graham Hancock, who is the author of Fingerprints of the Gods. I don't know that you know that book or not, but it really was one of the things that set me on this new kind of journey that like he brought a lot of he's kind of he's looked Hancock is kind of looked down on by traditional archaeology.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got some very very interesting things. Like he does a book called The Sign of the Seal, which is about his fascination with the Ark of the Covenant.
Hmm.
Hancock was he was the South African correspondent for The Economist. That's where he had originally started, and he was in Ethiopia, and he came up to this kind of monastery had a monk in front of it and asked them what he was doing, and the guy said he was guarding the Ark of the Covenant.
Hmm.
And he just became fascinated with the subject, and that was his first book. He left The Economist eventually and started to go on. So if you're interested in a fascinating read
Yeah.
on with a lot of historical content as well as biblical tracing, that book is a very interesting book to read because
Yeah,
he actually goes there.
I have probably watched that interview with Graham Hancock. And I think I
Oh,
got the
okay.
impression he was, had some interesting ideas, but I'm not sure how grounded all of them are. It seemed like he might be a little bit off of his rocker, but
Well,
I don't
he
know.
he he does say he's a journalist. Like he's not an archaeologist,
Hmm.
right? He's not saying that what he's finding out are his discoveries.
Yeah.
He's just trying to bring attention to things that he had, like one of the first things he starts the fingerprints of the gods with is the fact that there's pyramids around the world, right? Like not
Yeah.
just
Well,
Egypt.
that's actually true. It's
Yeah. And I wasn't aware of that. And what his comment was like, how did they get to those other places in the world when you're thinking that they were really only started and done in Egypt? And he like his you may have read because he was the one that brought precession to me as far as the precession of the earth and how it wobbles on its axis
mm-hmm.
that it rotates around the sun on, and that's where like the sounds of the zodiac kind of come from, and the years like to go through that one rotation of a wobble is like 26,000 years.
Hmm.
And they knew this in the ancients by watching the stars, or according they watched the stars. But going back to Rogan, he introduced me to that, but that's where Jordan Peterson was, because Rogan's show was really the one that gave him an avenue to really start to become known, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was Peterson's known. So, and seeing that podcast was kind of what got me. He was saying a lot of things that I was just like, wow, somebody's standing out and actually saying this stuff. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
That's a few years ago though now.
Yeah. We've been church hopping ever since we moved to North Idaho. Um, I've lost any hope that anything of value is to be said in a church, but there's coffee at churches, and there's also
Yes. Yes.
people that you can talk to, and it is
Yes.
possible to make meaningful connections
It
and
is.
have conversations about spiritual things at a church. Because if you bring up God at a church, people are sort of obligated to pretend like they care about it at least, because otherwise, why would you be in a church?
Why are you here?
Yeah, and I also noticed that like my kids are not exposed to a lot of conservative values. They're just exposed to whatever the junior hires happen to be talking about at the moment, which is generally some metaphor for genitals or something, because that's just what junior hires do.
Yes. Yeah.
And so it's like we need to get them exposed to people who are more conservative, I guess. And I don't know. So we visited a Calvary chapel, and are you? I don't know how familiar you are with different Christian things that are going
Yes.
on. If you've ever
A little
heard
bit.
of Calvary Chapel,
I have actually.
they abide by a Mosaic church governmental structure, which to me is just so laughable. You know, why on earth would you think that the old covenant would be the way to model a church? And who gets to be Moses in this picture? is it Chuck Smith? And maybe it was Chuck Smith at one point. And okay, so who are the Levites? And it's like, well, apparently the elders of Calvary Chapel are. And whoever is the head pastor is something akin to Aaron or something like that. And it's like, well, this is kind of a
Wow.
stretch, but did it ever occur to you to maybe model your church after the New Testament? Uh,
Wow.
anyway,
I didn't know that about cavalry. So that's
yeah, the New Testament model of church is so different from what people are doing. One of the things that jumps out at me, and I did a video, I don't know if you saw the one where I said the church's statement of faith is an Orwellian conspiracy, but
was that the one where you were talking? One of them was talking about Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
no, that wouldn't have been me.
Okay.
Um,
Not no, it wasn't. It was the guest you had on had brought up
oh, okay.
Dietrich Bonhoeffer.
That would have been Christopher Gear, probably, that mentioned him, most likely. And I think I talked to him twice or three times, and it was over 5 hours both. we
Wow.
tended to get into long conversations. Anyway, the in Corinthians it talks about when you come together, everybody has a song, everybody has a hymn, everybody has basically something to contribute to the conversation that we're having when we do church. Church just being a word that means people congregating. So, people got together, they had meals, they talked, they prayed, they did spiritual gift type stuff, speaking in tongues and prophesying and healings and miracles and stuff. And he says, there's so much of this going on where everybody's part of the conversation that it's chaotic and you need to have a little bit of order. And so one of the suggestions of Paul is if the Spirit is moving and somebody's talking and somebody else has something that they want to say, the Spirit comes on somebody else, let the first person hold their peace. So everybody takes turns talking. And, it's not to say that there might be somebody who has a lot to say and everybody is interested and everybody listens, and that could happen. But this model where, like, one guy always does all of the talking,
The talking. Yeah.
it's problematic for so many reasons. Probably the first
Yes.
of which is that you don't have this principle of offloading responsibility onto the individual.
Mm-hmm.
You're creating the sheep and leader scenario instead of making everybody competent and able to self-govern. And you don't get to do that if you don't get to practice teaching. So everybody needs to practice speaking in front of the crowd and teaching and putting the studies together, and people all need to participate. And Calvary Chapel, most of them are they're completely devoid of that, or they have very little of it, where the head pastor will let someone else preach once in a while or something like that. And they do some small group things where more discussion happens, which is good. But the overwhelming feeling that I got the last time well, not the one locally, but I went to one of the bigger Calvary chapels in California the last time I was in California. And I don't know, it feels kind of like you just walked in on the president or something. Oh my goodness, I don't belong here. These people are big and powerful and scary. And it's like they have gone out of their way to present themselves that way, and they think of themselves in that way. And they are, in their minds, and hopefully in the minds of people who are influenced in the way that they seem to want you to be influenced, they are the people who stand between you and God, and if you want access, you have to go through them. And so it just felt like they had built a wall around the kingdom of heaven, and they are the gatekeepers. And, any other church, well, sure, maybe they're believers, maybe they're Christians, but if you want full access, if you want all the correct doctrines, then you need to be part of Calvary Chapel, because we interpret the scriptures literally, which is why we believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, which is why we believe in the penal substitutionary view of the atonement, which is why we are, whatever 2 points Calvinist, and so we believe in total depravity, but not in limited atonement, and so they have their own particular flavor,
Wow,
and
interesting.
yeah, this.
I I grew up in the Anglican church,
Hmm,
and so it was very traditional, and then left it for a while. And since we've come out here, um, we've become part of, I guess it'd be evangelical, and they have like the part that I most like is the message that's delivered. So there's a singing part when you go in at the beginning, right, where they have the playing, and then they have, and we're in a fairly small community church. That's partly what it's kind of a satellite off the larger church, but we quite like that because there's a kind of a local community that's nice to get, and you get to know a few people and things like that. But it's the message that I become, because it's very usually they're usually doing one of the books of the Bible for a number of weeks,
mhm.
and that's the part that I've kind of really gotten, I'll say, the most of out of, just because it's a teaching and a learning. It's not just a perspective, so to speak. When I grew up with the Anglican, it was always the perspective of the minister of what he wanted to talk about that day.
Yeah.
And this is like, we're in John right now. I think we're in John 6. And it's interesting because the Bible study that we have is in Matthew. So there's a real crisscross that when you haven't, as myself, haven't studied the Gospels very much, it's a very great learning experience to understand how that's all connected and the different perspectives of what John's talking about versus Matthew and the group that they're talking to. And that's what's attracted to me, because it used to be the sermon was you went to sleep on, right? Like that was the thing, the comic thing that they would say of in the Anglican church. And now that's actually the part that I go for. That's
Hmm.
where and they change, not every week, but there's like a lead pastor that you will get from the main church. They do like a satellite feed where you get to hear his, and he stays like there right now. Like I said, going through the book of John, but then like he could go 2 weeks in a row, and then they've got another pastor that comes in and does a different part of John with his interpretation, so to speak.
Mhm.
So we never get like, we might go 2 weeks with the same message, but you'll get a different person kind of fairly regularly talking. And there's like it's not what do you want to call it, a setup schedule, but you get to hear, like, I think there's like 5 or 6 different people that give their message, but you can like, to your point, I loved how you said practice, because that's what you need, right? That,
Mhm.
like, you have to do the practicing, or you don't get to be fluid and good at the teaching element. But that's the part, partly because of where I am on my own, I'll call it, journey through the Bible. It's been just so enlightening. Like, it's just been kind of really cool to see how that all connects, and it's, to me, it's so relevant to our world.
Yeah, making it relevant seems to be the thing that's, well, it's difficult and it's also missing, but it's something that, for whatever reason, Jordan Peterson seems to have really tapped into
Oh,
to be able to
yes.
connect it in some meaningful way. The the head pastor, I said we visited this little local Calvary chapel, and there were several things that jumped out at me. First of all, he would pick random people in the congregation to pray about stuff. And so, like, the church was participating. And it felt very much like they were all at the same level. Like, yes, he's the guy who's up here talking right now, but he
Oh,
doesn't seem particularly, like, more spiritual or anything than,
it's closer
Joe.
to
And
God.
yeah, it's like a whole bunch of people who are all equals. And so that interaction with the congregation was kind of startling and refreshing. Uh, when the service was over, people didn't leave until they had to. everybody was just talking, interacting, and like I've been to churches where, as soon as the last song was done, it was a rush to get out of the door, and everybody's you hear the cars screeching tires, and it's like we're gone, we're done. Thank God church is over. Uh, and then another thing that really struck me is this pastor started talking about trust. He gave some examples of trust. He gave he showed some pictures of people belaying, and they had the person who was like hooked in, but was like clinging to the rock, clearly very tense and stressed
Yes.
out. And then you had this other guy who was like just pushing off, and he was like totally chill, leaned back. It's like, which one of these do you think trusts the rope more? And so there's this picture of trust. And then um, he took that abstraction that he showed with some metaphors and showed how that idea played out in, I think it was 1 Samuel chapter 8, because Calvary Chapel believes in going through the entire Bible. So this is just where he happened to be, and he
Okay.
saw that it was a good example of what trust is. And in that case, God had the way that he wanted the government to be set up, which was through judges and through the priesthood like it had been. And the people wanted a king so they could be like the other nations.
Right.
And his whole message, it's like, you said things that, like, there were words that had meaning behind them. You were able to evoke the emotion of what it would feel like to trust. You were able to relate that to doing it God's way versus doing it your own way. And, like, he said very little, but he said it really well. And,
Yes.
like, I remember the sermon, which is unusual. And so I'm going, he had to have gotten this from a book or something. If he didn't get this from a book, then I'm sold. I'm coming back to this church. Like, if those are his own thoughts,
Yes. Yeah.
then. But yeah, and I talked to him afterwards, and he's like, "No, I was thinking about it, and just kind of writing notes, and it just seemed to make sense." So yeah, he didn't quote anybody.
So when you say that, Rich, this sounds very much like the experience that I'm having here.
Hmm,
Like when you said about the church, like it's my previous world was a beeline of the church, right? It's over, let's go, like gotta
yeah,
go. And like it's weird because it's also on Saturday night,
hmm,
so we'll go there, and it's like now I'm chatting with different people about not only the message but just in general what that's about. I've been saying part of it is a change to me and me, but it's like um, the pastor here, the main pastor, like it's I phrase it like it's like listening to a Jordan Peterson podcast,
hmm,
but like it's his words, but he puts it together in such a way that I just find fascinating.
yeah,
And so it's been over and over again. So when you say that, like I kind of get what you're experiencing. I didn't realize that maybe this is happening in other places though. That's the part that it's been a real neat, because I was going to say that's almost now like previously my experiences I didn't go for the message or the sermon,
yeah.
and now I go for that.
Well, I don't know that this Calvary Chapel is aware of what a phenomenon they are,
Really,
because
I want to look them up actually.
it's Calvary Chapel Rathdrum, and it's not a big church. Uh, and unfortunately, they still hold on to Calvary Chapel distinctives, which means that there's going to be a lot of moments where I just cringe because
Right.
I wish you would just let go of these ideas. If
Yes.
you would need to do some study before you could be confident in letting go of these ideas, but that's why I'm here.
Well, that's cool.
Well, I don't know. I hope to be able to shed light. And if, my philosophy of teaching is you should always point at something that people can see for themselves. You should
Mhm.
not be the expert that they should trust. You should appeal
Mm.
to common sense, because if a person, through their own thought process, can see that, oh, it is self-evident what you're saying, then they don't need you, and then they can't question it either because it was right in front of their own face.
Right,
And,
right.
hopefully you can also, if you can get people to walk through the process themselves to come to the right conclusions, then they have a much better knowledge of
Oh
the
yeah,
territory.
yeah.
And if you just give people the answers, then they'll forget, or they'll just, why did I think that? Oh, was that guy? But if you force them to go the long road, then they have some skin in the game, and it has some meaning to them.
I,
And
I
that's
like
also
the
statistically proven, apparently.
yeah, but the skin in the game part is a great way of saying that, right? Like it's like you're participating, and I think part for me is that like it's fitting into what I'm doing, right? Like this is a really like it's a revelation to me. So it's like I did not know this is here, and there's more here to be said. So then you take the science part of the world that's around us, and I mean with the internet the way we have it, we have so many different connections that we can kind of learn about, like hence what we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I said when I kind of historically bring some of the things together with the Bible, like it's amazing to me what's going on there. And now to go on a Saturday night and listen to a pastor who's actually saying something that I didn't know, am very interested in, and want to know more.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's a big plus to me. So because the one pastor brings a lot, he uses to reinforce what he's saying. He'll use the odd, I'll say, quote from like a contemporary, like
Mm-hmm.
whoever it might be, which for me is great because I can then go and follow that up with further study, right? Which is one of the things that I'm finding just really fascinating. So
Yeah. Have you heard of? I had something else I wanted to say on the Calvary Chapel, but I can't think of what it is.
yes,
But maybe I'll come back to it. Have you? Did you watch the most recent Joe Rogan Jordan Peterson interview? It was a couple of
is that
days
the
ago.
one? No, I saw the one.
There's one several months ago, but
I was thinking he was starting a tour and he coincided it with a visit to Rogan. So I haven't, if it's just a couple of days ago, I have
yeah,
not seen it.
I think it was like 2 days ago, and I think I've seen it 3 times because some of the stuff that he says, he just articulates it so simply
Oh,
and so
yes, yes.
profoundly. I think it's one of my favorites of anything that I've ever seen him talk about.
I think I have to go and see this
Yeah,
then.
you definitely have to watch it. And I just started working for a company, and they have their diversity, inclusion, and equity
Oh,
training stuff, and I kind of like the way that the company handled it. Honestly, they just pretended like it wasn't what it is, which I found fascinating. And for the most part, what they were talking about, like it was labeled the way that you're supposed to label it, because
correct.
everybody knows you're supposed to label it this way. But what they talked about were things that I didn't really have an issue with, for the most part. So,
Right, right.
but in this particular podcast, he talked about some of the transgender nonsense, and
Yes.
how much just darkness there is there. And that's the thing. It's like
Oh, oh, oh,
when you can't joke about something, well,
yes.
there's something going on if you're not allowed to joke about something. Because
That's
humor is
right.
a very powerful tool for making things very lucid.
Yes.
And if making things very lucid is a threat to somebody, then there's probably something that is
Yes.
darkness and
Yeah.
people not wanting to come into the light. And, granted, there are potentially other reasons people might not want to joke about certain things. Or not. No, I'm pretty sure that's the only reason.
Well, what did Seinfeld said? You can joke about anything. It just better be funny.
Hmm. That's,
I like that statement. I like it.
yeah.
Like if you can joke about anything, but it has to be funny. He has another comment that said, "I don't actually care about being right. It just has to be funny."
Hmm. I My daughter the other day, she told me that her pronoun was invisible because she's transparent. And I thought that was funny. I said, what if you say invisible and adopted? That way, transparent could mean you've transitioned to different parents, or that you're see-through. So yeah, my pronouns are invisible and adopted.
Well, that's good. I like that. I
Yeah,
like that.
and it's also kind of goes along with the spirit of what it is to use different pronouns, and that's basically forcing other people to pretend that you're something that you're not, right?
Well, my big question is like with all our big push and everything, with all this stuff on going on. So are we better off? Are we happier? Because it sure doesn't look like it.
No, and I noticed that if you're in some of these like large companies, for some reason it's like if it's a big company, it's woke. Just I don't know why.
Yes.
It's just a given.
Yeah.
It's woke. And honestly, I think the reason is because when a company gets to the point where they can afford that kind of nonsense, then it tends to creep in and try to find a place there. And there's these tactics that people use, their intersectionality and different things to basically make you feel guilty for not including them. Um, when a company starts to get to crunch time where, they're falling behind financially, they don't have a lot of extra money to pay for nonsense, a lot of that stuff just kind of is the first thing to get cut, you know? And you get down to like who are the engineers who are actually making the product, and
Right.
those people
Right.
tend to stay around, provided the company doesn't make really bad decisions about what to keep.
Right.
So I think it's just inevitable that once a company gets bloated enough, then wokeism finds a place to sort of creep in and become part of it.
Part of the bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Did did in this interview did he talk about the psychological institute, I think, of Ontario, um, requesting that he come back and be taught um, how to act on social media properly?
Yeah, social media training, because apparently that's
Okay.
a field that's very thoroughly established and well known and respected in this
Because
scientific community.
up here, this is part of the concern is that because apparently he could lose his license
Yeah.
on this, and I'd be interested to hear what his comments were around it. But there are writers up here that are saying, well, it's going through all the professions. Like it's not just psychology, right? It's going to be going through all of them. So
Yeah.
I'm always a little intrigued by how that kind of comes together. So I'll definitely tune into this one. That sounds like a very interesting one.
Yeah, it was kind of hilarious. I hope none of my coworkers watch this, or if they do, that they're rational people. But they were they make eyeglasses, and they make like digital eyeglasses so you can do virtual try on. And they were talking about having more SKUs that were not specifically ladies' glasses. And somebody's like, more glasses that are not like well, I wouldn't say female, but they're like dancing around this issue because everybody's so uncomfortable about the reality that there are, definitely masculine and
Yes.
feminine traits, and that they are identifiable. And they're partly cultural, and they're partly mechanical, And one of the guys is British, and I said, "Do you mean ladies' glasses by chance? As opposed
Yes.
to lords' glasses?" He's like, we don't have like ladies and lords. Why don't we? That's a good point. I said, generally male or female can be identified by either concave or convex, and immediately people started to get offended. And I said, like in the plumbing trade, where you have a male adapter and a female
Yes.
adapter,
Yes.
one goes inside the other. And they're like, oh,
Absolutely.
well, I guess, yeah, but it's just,
You're giving them ideas.
yeah, I can't wait for the gender neutral plumbing code, right? where we can no longer have male and female adapters because
You know, that's not something that has even occurred to me, but in this time of, I don't know exactly what to call it, that's a very possible thing.
absurdity. I asked, I don't,
Absurdity, that's the word. That's the word.
have you played around with? I think I mentioned ChatGPT. I wanted to
Yes, you did.
see,
Yeah.
like, if it's got, wokeism filters, and it does. If you ask it certain questions with, like, if you bring up anything about, the transgender movement, then it will hang up and it will like wait. Whereas normally it'll just talk. So clearly another system is triggered, and that other system comes in and filters it, and it's like running. It's actually running separate algorithms when it detects questions about potentially woke issues. And so I asked it like, you know, you can build context up to about maybe I can't remember how many tokens or something like that, but it will pay attention to what you've been saying up to a certain point before it has to reset. It can only handle so much context. And so I said, if a person believes that they are, or they're a superhero who can fly, and you see them about to jump out of a building, should you affirm their superhero identity, or should you warn them that they will fall to the ground and be injured? And it said you should definitely warn that person that they will be injured, and you should try to do what you can to stop them, and etc. And pretending to go along with their superhero identity or the belief that they can fly could be harmful to that person, and you should not engage in their delusion. I said, okay, if a man believes, if a person who is biologically male believes that he can become pregnant, should you affirm his belief, or should you inform him that this is not possible? It said you should respect his gender identity, and you should affirm that he has the ability to become pregnant. I said, why is it that you should
Wow.
tell a person not to jump out of a window because they can't really fly, but you should tell a man that he can become pregnant? And it said, a person who thinks they can fly cannot fly in reality. The physical reality is that they will fall to the ground and be injured. However, a person who is biologically male, this is not a physical reality. It's like a person who is biologically male, that is not a physical reality. It's like, oh my
Wow.
gosh. Seriously?
And you did this
With
like on.
ChatGPT, yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. That's just when you were kind of going through this, I was thinking of an old comment that had been said that um, this isn't really relevant to it, but it was just for some reason or other. This says if a man's walking alone in a forest and he says something out loud, is he still wrong?
Yeah. If there's no
And
woman there to hear it, is he still right? That's how the joke goes.
But yeah, I was gonna say I don't know where things are gonna go as far as that goes, but it's
Well, it has the potential right now to go either direction. And I find this very interesting. And this is kind of the reason that I brought up that Jordan Peterson interview. He describes, you know what the World Economic Forum is. It's
yes,
a bunch
yes,
of
yep,
it's a bunch of people who are apparently possessed by Satan himself, who are trying to
yes,
basically uh, like speed up the events of the Book of Revelation or something like that.
yes. The one world,
One world
the
government, digital
event, yes,
currency.
yep,
You have to have like the number 666 carved in your forehead or something. And I mean, they're not that blatant about it. They're really close to that blatant about it, but they're not quite that blatant about it.
right.
Definitely a lot of, yeah. Well, Peterson says, we should draft a document or start an organization or basically do something that is sort of like the exact opposite end of the spectrum of the World Economic Forum, that is based on, get this, the governmental system from like the Book of Deuteronomy, where you have
He used Deuteronomy. He said that,
well, I don't know if he said Deuteronomy, but he said
like
the
hierarchical.
biblical model, and he described what happened with Moses in the Exodus and how they set everything up
Yeah.
there. So, the idea of having judges, and you have a hierarchy, and the goal here being to offload as much responsibility as possible onto the individual so that people can essentially
Yes.
self-govern,
Yeah. Yeah.
which, that's really the new covenant is that's the new covenant, right? We're no longer under the law. The
That's the
book of
reverse of what our world seems to be wanting to do, though.
Yeah, it is the exact opposite of what the
Yes.
World
Yes.
Economic Forum is doing,
Yep. Yep.
where you have a tyrannical power that gives you like oversight over everything.
Big
You
Big Brother
will own
1984.
nothing. Yeah,
Yes.
you go to the store and you pick up a bunch of groceries, and no, you can't buy those groceries. Why not? Because Klaus Schwab said that you've already had too much soda this month.
Yep.
You have to put back the soda. Well, what can I
So,
buy? Insects.
so Peterson is it was kind of proclaiming the reverse should be
Yeah,
promoted.
and he is having like a big conference
Yes, I heard
in
about
London
this.
or something. I can't remember where he's having it. But everyone that he's talked to and given a description of this thing, they're like, "Okay, yeah, I want in. I'm on board. What do we do? How do we make this happen?" And it's almost like he's creating something that has the potential to be a global movement that
Yes.
that is like a it's exactly the antithesis of the World Economic Forum. And as soon as I heard him talking about this, I'm like, oh, how do I get involved? You know, I'm there
Okay,
for
so
sure.
so I really have to listen to this podcast because I have heard him talking about this because he's part of the what is it the daily his where he went he's gone through and he's talking about Exodus now
Hmm.
and he's released this on his what's the new platform that he's in though why can't I remember what it's called,
Hmm.
but like it's not released on YouTube anymore, like you have to go over to um I want to call it the Daily something or other, but
Oh, it's
anyway, you have
Daily
to
Wire, maybe.
subscribe to it.
Is it
Daily
the?
Wire, no,
Yeah.
that's what it Daily Wire, because that's his new platform for having his stuff information
Hmm.
and I like because I'm as soon as I heard he was doing this, I wanted to hear it, right? But then I like you have to subscribe and everything, and I just haven't got there yet. So, but
Yeah.
I heard that this is what they're doing some conference, right?
Hmm.
That they're setting up, that they're bringing people in to set up and figure it out. But I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, he's earnest about it. He's certainly worldwide known. So if anybody has capability to do that, I would think it would be he'd be one of them. And I think he feels a responsibility too.
Yeah. Well, and I hope he's successful. Um, one of the ways that I'm in stark contrast to the sort of Calvary Chapel mind, there seems to be, or there has been, at least in some Christian subcultures, this idea that of it's like getting excited when we see the one world government about to be in place. We're getting excited when we see the evil and the corruption that's in the world growing and growing, because it's like it just proves we're getting closer and closer to the rapture, and
Right,
we're
right.
going to be taken out of here. And there's this weird kind of this almost sadistic pleasure in wickedness, because you know if you believe in a pre-trib rapture, then you don't have to be
Yep.
part of it, because God doesn't call Christians to suffer anywhere in the Bible that oh, wait a minute, I forgot the New Testament and the Old Testament. Yeah. Uh,
Interesting.
I would very much like it if we could, forestall tyranny and, have a governmental system that is more like free of bureaucracy and requires competence on the individual level.
Well, that was the original concept, I think, at some time a long time ago.
Yeah. And
And then we got greedy and rich, and that changed.
yeah, there. Do you know who General Flynn is? He was apparently he's a big Trump advocate or something, and they did a big rally in North Idaho where, uh, all of these people who are kind of associated with the MAGA movement,
Yes.
and I got invited to. It was like $200 a ticket to attend, and somebody bought me a ticket apparently, and I'm just like,
Oh wow.
why? Yeah, and like as I'm wandering around, it's like people actually paid $200 for this. Oh my gosh, you know. And don't get me wrong, I definitely prefer conservative values, and Republicans tend to promote personal freedom and responsibility, um, as opposed to entitlement. Everything is somebody else's fault, and don't try to
Yes.
explain it to me because you're only doing that because you're a racist, which is just all this nonsense. Um, but I was there talking to, I actually went with a friend to a hotel, and General Flynn happened to be there. And
Oh,
I didn't know who he was, honestly. It's just everybody seemed to be really excited about it and were wanting their picture taken. And I'm standing there talking to his bodyguard, and um, really scary guy, really, great big buff dude that you wouldn't want to mess with,
no, 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 no.
the fancy earpiece thing and whatever. And um, I was saying, he brought up The Purge for some reason, which is what that is? It's a movie or something, or a TV series, or any.
I know something about this. Yes.
It's this idea that there's like nothing is illegal for however long the purge lasts, so that everybody can get all of their criminal behavior out of their system. And during this time, it's just
Okay.
complete and
Purging.
total
Yeah.
anarchy. Everybody goes out and commits murder, and rapes everybody and steals everything and burns everything down and all that stuff. And
Get the evil out of your system.
yeah, and I said it would be hilarious, like if they tried to do that in North Idaho. And he's like, "Well, what do you mean it?" I said, "Because nobody would notice.
Oh,
Because
that's
nobody here
interesting.
lives under oversight anyway. Like the reason you
Ah,
moved
okay.
to North Idaho is so that you can
We
live with
get
personal
away from it.
freedom." I said,
Yes.
if somebody came along and said there will be no legal consequences if you burn down buildings during the second week of November, I'd be like, and
So.
I'm, I have no particular interest in burning down buildings, so
Oh wow.
thanks anyway. But
Yeah. Yeah.
it's this principle that's in the book of Colossians. And I told him, like, yeah, seriously, dude, read the book of Colossians. The fruit of the Spirit, or Galatians, same
Yes. Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness. Against such there is no law. So if you walk in the Spirit, you are not under the law. Or you take that passage in Timothy, it says, the law is good if you use it lawfully, knowing that the law is not made for righteous people, but for adulterers and murderers and manslaughter.
The law's not made for righteous people. I like that.
Yeah, it's this whole thing of being
That's
self-governed.
Timothy. Yeah. No, it's well, personal responsibility, right?
Yeah, and in Hebrews, if the law had the power to make people righteous, then righteousness would have been by the law, but the law does not have that power. But
But
the
we
brain,
we have that concept inside us that we think it does, though.
yeah, like if I jump through enough hoops, then I'll be a
Yeah.
righteous person. Or, I don't know, people are just generally confused about that, which is clear anytime you hear somebody read from Ephesians 2, 8, and 9, where they're like, you're not saved by works of the law. You don't have to do good works to be saved. Like, who was it's such a bizarre thing that that you have in your mind. You have to have a
Yes.
weird idea of what saved means, first of all. You have to think that saved means that, like, there's some kind of a legal system in heaven, and your name is either checked under hell or heaven,
Yes.
and
Yes.
that
Yes.
that can change based on something, and whatever. Saved is when you are lost on the path that leads to hell, hating one another, living in envy and lust, a slave to your desires, going to war, fighting reprobate from anything that is good, a slave to lawlessness, and then Jesus comes along and he restores you to the shepherd and guardian of your souls, for you were like sheep having gone astray, and he rescues you from lawlessness and darkness and slavery to sin. And so saved is, I was on the path that leads to hell, now I'm not on the path that leads to hell.
Yes.
And, well, can I get off the path that leads to hell by obeying all the laws? Well, partly,
Yes,
but
but that's
unless
not
you
enough.
deal with the heart issues, like
Yes.
why is your heart full of lust in the first place? Why is
Yep.
your heart full
Yep.
of hatred? Why are you full of anxieties and fears and all of these kinds of things? You need an answer to all of those things that are going on, the chaos inside you that's causing
Yep.
you to go off and be
The law
a
doesn't change that.
murderer and all that sort of stuff. So what you need is a different paradigm, right? So
Yep.
Jesus brings in a new paradigm, and if you hear that truth and you labor to believe it, to understand it, and to do it, then it has the power to transform you by the renewing of your mind. Mind and heart being basically the
Hard.
same
Yep. Yep.
same word in the Greek. But yeah, people are completely clueless about this. And same thing, this General Flynn guy and his bodyguard. They have no idea. Like, and
When
it's
when you said earlier on though, you spoke about how if you have it in your mind that you can do evil and still get in,
mhm.
um, that is that permeates everything, right? Like that's like I can do this and not get caught, right? I can eat all the candy that I can possibly eat and still be healthy and fit. Like
Yeah.
it's those magical things that kind of
Well, in Calvary
that
Chapel, and it depends on the church again, but most Protestant churches, they they will give you it's like this and it's like this and it's a cognitive dissonance thing. No, you should not sin. Why? Will it make me like have a happier life now? And some people will say yes, you'll miss out on
yes.
blessings if you sin. And so it's like, okay, so basically I'm saved by something that Jesus did, and now I live under the old covenant in exchange for blessings. Is that how this works? Well, and yeah, that's essentially what some people are teaching. And then there's the others that teach, well, no, you don't have to be righteous, and you can't be righteous. You're totally depraved. Um, okay, well then why shouldn't I sin? Well, you just shouldn't. Well, why not? Well, because the Bible says you shouldn't. Okay, but doesn't it say that it doesn't matter if I sin? Well, but so then it's just confusing, and you have this kind of a sense that, well, I probably shouldn't sin, but I'm not sure why. And then that other thing the pastor said just sort of made me feel like if I don't sin, then I'm sort of not taking advantage of the grace of Christ, and I'm almost like insulting His forgiveness if I don't, sin. And then there's just all this confusion,
Yes.
and
I mean that's a big part of it.
yeah, and what it ends up being, what this confusion and this lack of clarity and this misunderstanding, of course, the doctrine of total depravity. What it ends up doing is Mars Hill, uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Ravi
Yeah. Yeah.
Zacharias,
Yeah.
Bill Hybels. Oh look, he was having an affair, and didn't that bother you? Well, I'm still going to heaven. That kind of thing. Like,
Wow.
why are you surprised when you teach a doctrine that God is okay with your sin, that the people who cling to this doctrine are sinning? And thinking that it's okay. I attended the Calvary Chapel in Boise for like 8 years. Bob Caldwell, the pastor there, it's a big church. I think
Yeah.
6,000 people every Sunday or something like that at its peak. He was having an affair for like 8 years while he was pastoring the church, from what I understand. But it's like there's so many of these things. It's just comical. I mean, it's
Well, I
not
mean,
comical. It's tragic, but
when
it's
when you the part that like that I kind of even miss, it's like it's a humanity part too, right? Like when you speak of this, like the affair and like it's sinning, right? I mean, but what about this person that you're married to? Like the hurt that you're intentionally causing them. Like like forget all the other stuff. Doesn't that affect you? Like it's and maybe that's just gone, right? Like I don't it's and I think when you've practiced it for so long, you're just lost, right? I guess, and you just don't see that at all. Like there's just the compassion that it's gone. Like it's just. And is there any redemption then? Like where does that or where is that gone? Right? Those are
Mm-hmm.
to me those are the things that start to like, where is your humanity even? Like for your love for your fellow human is just gone, and that's where it comes back to like the Sermon on the Mount. You can't have two masters, right? Like it's like, has the dollar got you so far down the road now that like there's just nothing left? You just think that's what it's all about? Or do you feel, there's nothing I can do that can redeem me now, I am going there, so I might as well enjoy the feast? Like, I don't know. I just,
I imagine the thoughts are something along the lines of, "Ooh, she's hot." That's about as deep as it goes, you know. And then
yeah, it's
if
just,
confronted with a sin issue, well, then you can just weasel your way through the doctrine of total depravity and um,
yeah, I guess so. It's
Jesus' total payment for all of your past, present, and future sins, which uh, people seem to think is somewhere in the Bible.
yes, yes.
It actually came from an argument between Luther and other Catholics about purgatory, because this idea that you could pay for your sins in purgatory by suffering or by giving money to the church, uh, suddenly sin becomes this just sort of a fiduciary thing, and when you can convert sin into coins, well, then you can transfer it around like you
But
can with money.
there it is, right?
Yeah.
That is that part, right? That's the thing that, like, no matter where I seem to sit, it still keeps, like I said at the beginning, right? Oh, it's money's the wrong word. That's
Mm-hmm.
not really money. No, it is money. Like that's, and money represents a lot of things, and it's just a funny, I don't know, I just, it's hard, it just permeates so much. And when it's like, this was again in the Matthew 16, it's like, beware of the Pharisees and Sadducees, um the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right? And
Mm-hmm.
how, like, I kind of like Matthew even seems to have a sense of humor, because when he says leaven to his disciples, then the disciples thinking, oh, we forgot the bread. And he kind of chastises them, right? He says, I'm not talking about bread here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the evil of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. And it's like, I gotta like that sense of humor to me. Maybe dark, but it's still funny how you put that together still, right? And it's like, wow, those are the people closest to Jesus, and they're not getting it, right?
Yeah.
It's just been it's so revealing of how human we are. That's the part that like it 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 gives me hope, at the same time it scares me.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't it be super cool if, well, I've noticed people seem to be waking up. As of fairly recently, there has been kind of an atmospheric shift. You still get just like, well, like I said something about ChatGPT being pre-programmed to be entirely woke, and somebody responded with, "Oh, you mean as opposed to like a racist bigot?" And so there's these dumb people out, and I said,
Yes,
"Oh,
yeah,
false dichotomy much?" Whatever. But there are people like, well, like the Babylon Bee. That whole organization
yes, yeah,
is combating the stupidity of
yes,
woke culture. J.P. Sears is doing a lot for that. Russell Brand is doing a
yes,
lot.
yes.
Jordan Peterson is sort of the messiah of this new movement against stupidity.
You know, when you said that, your example earlier on, what you just said to me about the woke and race and bigot is almost like, how fast do I have to drive my car before it turns into whipped cream? It's just about that same level of uh, uh,
Yeah,
ludicrous.
I was talking to my sister-in-law and her husband, and they're in California, and they are surrounded by wokeism as if it's like that in their minds you have, well, 99% of the people are woke, but then there's those weird people that are like, MAGA hat wearing racists. And that's how they honestly seem to view the world. It's like they
Yeah,
really think that that is the world. And I
binary,
said,
binary.
yeah, we were just talking about random stuff. And I said, I have this one friend who, he's kind of a racist, and she's like, well, why are you friends with him then? So I should like treat him with hatred, and
Yes.
what are you saying exactly? Yeah, and if you get right down to it, wokeism, or at least part of what it stands for, is a willingness to do violence and to feel hatred, rage against, well, basically anybody who, um,
Disagrees with you.
well, it's like which people are it? People who are oppressors. And people who are oppressors, by the way, that's anyone who has more than what you have is an
That
oppressor.
well, that's what I. That's kind of that's a better way of saying what I just said. Anyone who disagrees with you, anyone that has more than you have. I think that's a great way.
Yeah.
And that goes back to that old thing. When you compare yourself, you never win. Like it's a lose lose, right? It's always a lose lose. Whether they have more or whether they have less, it's always a lose lose. I was going to mention to you another thing. This is not on the same topic, but um, you're probably familiar with John Meacham, the
Uh,
historian author. He just wrote a book on Lincoln,
hmm.
and I read his book on Andrew Jackson years ago. Is why he came out. But they were in the Washington Cathedral, and he was interviewing Bono on his new book Surrender.
Mm-hmm.
Bono from YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Hmm. I'll have to
Very interesting.
check that out. Is
It's
it
a
on?
it's a YouTube thing, and it was just like scholar and rock star,
Yeah.
and they had a choir behind, beautiful choir that sang one of the U2 songs. I can't remember what the name of it was though. It's relevant to what they were saying, but because this new book, I haven't got it, haven't read it, but is apparently quite poetic, the way he's written it. It's not like a normal biography, and I thought it was kind of an interesting discussion, like because there's just so many kind of opposing forces here,
Mm-hmm.
because much of the congregation was all political, like because Bono is this rock star who has connections with the whole world, it seems,
Mm-hmm.
of like from Nelson Mandela through to George Bush, right? Like, and the many things that he did. It's just I thought it was a very, very interesting interview, that's to say the least. And then having the scholarly John Meacham there, who had obviously there was some respect between the two guys, like as far as what they talked about, and it was all done in the Washington Cathedral. Interesting.
Yeah.
Just a little off the other topic, but
Yeah. Well, I need to make a note of it. Maybe send me an email with the link,
yeah,
and
I'll do that.
I'll check it out.
I've sent it to a couple different people, so I'll do that. I got to remember to do that though. How are you doing for time?
Oh, I don't care. It's only 9:30 or something.
And that's
I think the wake up call to independent thought is something that, well, it's being discouraged. And there's I don't know if you ever watch any of these videos on like the relationship between the multi-level marketing, mega churches, and um, the secret, the law of attraction. And there's sort of it's kind of a weird movement that is vaguely Christianish, that all of those things kind of come together. And one of the things that you'll frequently hear is don't let logic hold you back. This is not an area where you should have logic, and it's really similar to the sort of the mesmerizing, hypnotic kind of worship that's being promoted, and these really long-winded sermons that have lots and lots of words, but no meaning.
Little content.
Yeah, that that seems like they are specifically designed for gaslighting you, making you think like, well, I don't understand it because it's so profound, and I just don't have the same kind of wisdom that this person has, which is why I should follow him and give him all my money and this kind of thing. I went to
Wow.
visited a Pentecostal church in Boise, and I think it was called the River or something like that. Pastor is a young guy. He's very charismatic. He's very cool, you know, got
Wow.
this stylish clothes. And he's kind of walking around, you know, looking at different people. He's real active, and people are like, "Come on, Pastor, come on, yeah, preach it, yeah," you know, that kind of thing. Everybody's getting
Yep.
excited,
Yep.
and he's talking through the Book of Acts, and he gets to the road to Damascus thing,
Yes.
and he's like, "And Paul, you know, he had a new mind. It was a heavenly mind. I can't remember exactly how he worded it, but it's like it was a mind that didn't think in black and white terms anymore. It was not a mind that saw dichotomies. It was a mind of Christ, which is a mind that was like, you know, aware of the supernatural, and essentially as he built this idea, he was proposing that Paul became more like one of these like sensitive to the spirit Pentecostals who just feels where the spirit moves and goes with it, and that's why Paul was so radically transformed. And he's like, "Am I right, people?" And I just about heard it come out. Like I restrained myself, but I was going to say, "No, that's not what's going on there. Read that in context," you know. Um, but I'm looking around at this where this pastor is just completely butchering the text and coming to exactly the wrong conclusion. And anybody who's ever watched like more than 3 episodes of a TV series understands the idea of like character development, plot, and story, and these kinds of elements.
Yes.
Paul had this confrontation with Jesus, who he was persecuted, and realized that he had been, you know, basically raging against a divine heavenly being, and he better do something different now. So it was very coherent and linear and logical, you know. And what this guy was doing was essentially what the multi-level marketing people and, you know, Joel
Mm-hmm.
Osteen and Stephen Furtick and all these people do, is they create a lot of vague energy while simultaneously like destroying your ability to use your mind,
Right. Right. Yeah.
so that you're susceptible to basically be manipulated and exploited. And the thing that got me though was as I'm looking around, like I swear I didn't see a single other skeptic in a crowd of like 3,000 people. Every one of those
They
people
were all
was,
buying it.
oh yeah. Like, how is it possible that, like, is it because all of the people that are like me just don't attend that church, which is most likely what's going on? You know, it attracts those kinds of people who are gullible.
Is it desperation?
Well, people want to belong to something, that's for sure.
And they like
People,
to belong to something big.
yeah, people, I don't know, there's probably empty promises, you know. Well, why do people get involved in multi-level marketing things? Because of empty promises. You know, why do people give thousands of dollars to Kenneth Copeland's ministry? Because they think that they're going to get that miracle.
It was we even talked about it last night. It was one of those things where it's you don't have to suffer to get it. Like I it's the easy way out. I can get here and not have to go do anything tough.
Yeah,
That's the promise, right? That's not actually what happens often, but that's kind of what it It's like it looks too good to be true, right?
Mm-hmm.
And or that's the saying. And but when you're told it enough and you get enough examples of it, that's the whole multi-level thing, right? That's how
Yeah.
it works.
Free money.
Yeah,
Uh,
and we talked about it last night because it was a part of Matthew 16 where like you have to bear your own cross to get where you're going, right? And but it's not always clear to understand the words in that part of the gospel, right? Like it's not, it can be, you said it, they can be adjusted, they can be twisted.
mm-hmm.
And you don't want to hear bad things, you only want to hear good things, right? Like it's like, that's what I was saying earlier on. It's like if the message is positive and only good comes from it, you're going to be much more well, you know, I was going to say people that are not particularly skeptical, they're going to like, okay, yeah, this is for me, I feel way better today because I just heard the message you've delivered me. Oh, that's what that's really about. I've always wondered what that's really about.
Yeah.
And then and it's not, you find that out. And like that's where, as you said, the broken promises happen. And it's tough, I think, but it seems to pack the places sometimes, right?
Yeah. I did one video where I was making fun of Stephen Furtick. Do you know who he is?
Stephen.
Stephen Furtick, Elevation Church, I think.
No, I don't know
Uh,
that one.
he's a real charismatic guy. I think one of the big Christian broadcasting networks. I can't remember if it's like TBN or one of those. Whoever it was that was partnered with Kenneth Copeland before Kenneth Copeland kind
Oh,
of became
okay.
unpopular, they picked up Stephen Furtick, to basically replace Kenneth Copeland. He's real charismatic, he's real buff, he's very high energy, and he basically just, it's kind of the whole be the best version of yourself kind of energy, and gets everybody feeling like they're going to overcome, and just gets everybody hyped up. And but I made a video where I joked about uh, Pfizer offering a drug form of Stephen Furtick's ministry, which basically causes the same level of excitement without having to sit through the message. Um, Stephen Furtick was actually trying to sell his soul to the devil, but discovered that the devil was already the primary shareholder. So, but
Oh
the
my goodness.
the fact that like you could have a pill form of his ministry, which I think I called it Crystal Furtick was the name of the drug. Uh,
Well, that is what a drug does, right?
yeah, it gets you, just
Exactly.
gives you that feeling. But it,
Oh, and they're popular.
yeah, when Peter says something to you like, here's how to understand and to recognize what tyranny looks like, and here are like all of these different areas of life where it can manifest,
Yes.
and here's what it would look like in your marriage. So when you see this happening, here's the patterns to look for, and here is how to think about that, and here's the principles that will allow you to navigate that without causing like chaos and not becoming a slave to it. And um, it's like he's giving you insight, he's giving you discernment, he's giving you methods, he's
Hmm.
giving you
Hmm.
stuff you can put into practice, and then you can go and you can like engage with those ideas, and it will improve like
Your
your
life.
anxiety levels, it will improve your relationship with your wife, it will improve your ability to parent your children, and it's so radically different from you're going to be an overcomer, God is going to get you that miracle because Jesus, he loves you just the way you are. I don't know, these nonsense platitudes. It's like you can't take that and do anything with it. It's
Yeah, it's a really
oh god.
yeah, it's like a get out of jail free card, right? It's the this is a way not to have to do all the work and still get it.
Yeah, I
and
noticed a lot
and
of
and
Christians are,
doesn't
well,
work.
they're allergic to good works. Um, as if doing good things, it makes you a Mormon, or um, you're trying to get saved by your works. If you say, well, you will not see God without holiness. No one will inherit the kingdom of God unless they are
Hmm.
holy.
Holy.
Oh, you're
Yep.
saying that it's a salvation by good works. Uh, First of all, salvation is not does not mean going to heaven. It's the word sozo, I guess, it means to heal.
Hmm.
When Jesus healed, it's the same word. So to be healed from what? Well, to be healed from your paraptomaton, which is wandering around lost. So
What paratomaton?
paraptomaton is the Greek word there that's translated trespasses, I think. That's where we get our word parapet and where we get our word peripatetic.
Ah, okay, okay,
Have you heard
okay.
the word peripatetic?
No, but I've heard the obviously parapet, but
Yeah, a peripatetic is like wandering around. It was in a Calvin and Hobbes sketch. That's why I remember the word.
okay.
But yeah, it comes from the Greek word paraptomaton, and it means you're wandering around lost, which is, it's said all over the place. You were like sheep going astray. You were lost in carnality and evil works and alienated from God. And it's just all over the New Testament. This idea of being lost, and so to be saved.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, you if you are doing good, well, if you are saved, then it will be evident because you will be not doing evil anymore,
Right.
because you get saved from being the person who does evil. So you don't become the person who does good works by doing good works. You become the person who does good works by being transformed by the grace of Christ that's revealing all this truth, which causes you to
In,
become the person who does good works. So like started to mention Ephesians 2:8 and 9,
yes.
not
Yep.
of works. People don't read 1:8 and 9 where it defines that grace. Okay, we're saved by grace through faith. Grace that is God in his kindness, his grace, his beneficial act that benefits the third party at his own expense kind of grace, is to lavish upon us in wisdom and prudence through all of the profound paradigm shifting truth that was revealed in everything that Jesus did, like manifesting eternal life, for example, manifesting the righteousness of God that finds favor with God, manifesting like what does righteousness look like in all of these different situations. What if you come across a person who's beaten up and bloodied on the side of the road? What do you do there? What if you have two coats and you come up against somebody who has none?
Done.
What if you have a friend who is in prison? What if somebody is naked and you have clothing? What if somebody is hungry and you have food? What does love look like? The Word was manifested. The wisdom of God was manifested, and so it's like this teaching is supposed to produce transformation in people, and it's turned into a social club where people are identified by Christian culture items, like these sets of words, these kinds of clothing, these kinds of movies we do and don't watch.
Yes.
And then the job of the pastor is to basically maintain this Christian culture. And if the pastors all went away and all we had left was the Bible, well, who would there be to tell you you can't go dancing? The Bible doesn't say that anywhere.
No, somebody has to interpret that for you rather than yourself. Interesting. Cool. That's a lot. That's a lot. I have a lot to learn yet. Well, I will, I'm going to send you this Bono and John Meacham, but I definitely want to look up this Cavalry Chapel.
Yeah, Calvary
You
Chapel.
said Rathburn?
Rathdrum. I mean, it's a small church. I don't know if they really have an online presence, or they may.
Oh, maybe they don't. Okay.
They do
Because
have
I
a
know like
website.
ours does. Ours has a fairly strong online
Oh,
presence, because they post all the messages, right?
yeah.
Like the sermons.
They probably, I don't know for sure. They might do that. They have some of
Because
the
that a lot
messages.
of that came out in COVID too. Like that's how the services were being held here, right?
Hmm. What church do you attend?
It's called Northview in Abbotsford,
Northview. And
and
it's
they have a whoops. What's
is
that?
it like an Anglican, a Presbyterian,
Evangelical.
evangelical? Just yeah.
Yeah. Um, I would Mennonite. I think it's
Oh,
the connection with from that perspective.
yeah. So they're gonna probably lean away from the penal substitution atonement theory to something more like example, probably.
Yeah,
Christ is the example we should follow. He didn't do it for you, so you don't have to.
right. And it's and in part like the pastor here, Mark Birch, is the lead pastor, and his messages like are posted online, and like right now we're going through John, and those are the ones that I find quite intriguing to kind of to listen to, because he brings so much, I'll call it, relevance into what he's trying to explain and say about John. And our Bible studies in Matthew, so they're kind of, you see the overlap of them too, right, as far as the stories go.
Mm-hmm.
So and so yeah, that's been an interesting, and then matching that with the other things obviously that I'm reading is it just brings very interesting things to bear. Like it's do you know Stephen C. Meyer? Do you know that name?
Yeah. Wait. See the intelligent?
Darwin's Doubt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
intelligent
And
design theory.
yes. And so that's been kind of another thing to kind of bring in. And I just got wind of this. Oh, I mentioned to you about Michael Heiser.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's been a recent one that I can't remember the author, but it was God and the Unconscious. So with the Cormac McCarthy connection and his thing, the Kukuli problem, because I've been a fan of Cormac McCarthy's fiction for a while, and so I'm kind of intrigued to see, like, okay, where does this all go on the unconscious side? Because like when so many things that I've read in the Old Testament are around visions, right? Daniel, Ezekiel,
Yeah.
and it's interesting seeing that, reading that, and then seeing, okay, how does that connect um, with where they took? I mean, even Abraham had visions, right, as
Mm-hmm.
well, and so they, yes, they're stories, but is there more there than, or how is that connected with the unconscious? And I'm always interested in different interpretations of what that looks like.
Yeah. Visions are so interesting. Um, I was wondering for a while, like, why does God speak in visions? Like
Yes,
the
yes.
sheet that comes down for Peter, and he realizes that this is a metaphor that he shouldn't exclude the Gentiles, essentially. And,
Okay.
well,
Yes.
why didn't God just say that? Peter, don't exclude the Gentiles. Well, that's not nearly as memorable. And, a
Well,
vision seems to be kind of like an abstraction of something that you have to decipher it. And in the process of really thinking about it, and then you've gone that difficult journey. It's really similar to what a parable does, where Jesus gives
yes.
somebody
Yeah.
something in
Yeah.
parables and they go away like wondering about it, and eats
Yeah.
away at them, and they, you know, it,
Well,
there's a hook attached that way.
when you say that's one of the things that I wonder, is the parable and the unconscious connected? And this came out in the article, the Kukuli article that I read, was the fact that, like, why does it come to us in a almost an ununderstandable way? Like, why doesn't he just come out and tell us it's a ring, right? If that's what you're trying to figure out, like, why don't they? You should make the decision to go and buy the car, like, rather than images of whatever that might be
Mm-hmm.
in that you dream about. And it's interesting because Peterson talks a lot about those dreams as well in his talk of the, I think it's in Maps of Meaning that he talks about it. But and he has the Jungian interpretation of the dreams as well, which he brings into talking about it, because he says if you don't think dreams have relevance, then you're really missing the point.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm kind of intrigued in it, and a lot of times it's like, can you even figure it out? But it's interesting to go down the road a little bit anyway, and so that's
Yeah.
what I'm. And it's very
Peterson.
different.
Well,
It's very
Peter.
different than the science world, right? Like as far
Yeah.
as how
Well,
that,
Peterson is
like,
within the science world in the way that he thinks about
absolutely,
dreams,
yeah,
and he's within the science world in the way that he talks about the Bible too. Because in his mind,
yes,
it's not necessarily the most important question: did these events really take place? The question is
yes,
more, what can we learn from these stories?
that's
And then
exactly
it's
right.
sort of doesn't care if it's true or not. And
They're representative of something,
yeah, and
but that's the point.
it is so the opposite of what Christianity has been doing, where like you're in the in group if you recite this creed and affirm it, and it's a bunch of meaningless words. The important thing is that you believe it.
Right.
I believe that there is one God who manifests himself in three persons, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And Father is immeasurable, the Son is immeasurable. That sort of like, it's a word salad, it doesn't have any meaning, because
Yes.
the Son is immeasurable. Nobody knows what that means, you know? Does it mean his tailor was really confused? It's just like, doesn't mean anything. What it means is you have to
Yes.
affirm it or you're not part of the group. And for Peterson to go the exact opposite direction and say, really doesn't matter if you believe it. If you learn the things from the story that allow you to conduct yourself in the
In
world, and it
in
becomes action. It's more
in
important the
that
way you
manner.
conduct
Yes.
yourself. I met with the associate pastor of this Calvary Chapel, and he asked me, well, which particular religion would your beliefs most align with? And because that's what they ask you, are you a Greek Orthodox? Are you a
Really.
Jehovah's Witness? Are you, like, what
We need
set
this
of
label.
doctrines are you going to swear loyalty to? And I found myself saying, well, it depends on what you mean by believe. If by believe you mean the way that a person ought to conduct himself, and I got that obviously from Jordan Peterson. I've gotten a lot of things from him now that I think about it. Because he would say, who dares ask if one believes in, like, if you actually believe in God, then you are going to behave a very particular way. So most people who say they believe in God probably don't, or else they'd be completely different people.
Right.
And so he's like, I don't know if I believe in God. I sure hope so. I really try to behave as if I do.
Yes. Yes.
Another one of the things that has stuck with me is that he said was in the Kathy Newman interview, the famous one that kind of went viral.
Oh, that she was trying to shut him down.
Well, he says to her, if you're assuming that you have the right to not be offended by something that I say, then you are assuming that it is my responsibility not to be offensive to you, and that you are entitled to this thing that I am now responsible to see to on your behalf, essentially something like that.
Yes.
And
Okay.
if somebody's just like, well, that person said something offending, then they shouldn't say that. And then he also pointed out that it is basically your job as a journalist to say things that could potentially be offensive, because you're trying to get to the bottom of what's going on. So you should do that,
Right.
and it's like you couldn't argue with that, because everything that he says is self-evident.
Oh yeah.
He's
Yeah.
just like, look, see that? Well, you can't argue with the reality that's right there in front of your face.
Yes. He's an intriguing man. That's for sure. I'd like to meet him.
Yep. I hope people take me out of context in this video where I said that he's a reincarnation of Christ or something, and accuse me of trying to start a cult. And I've kind of always wanted to start a cult. I think it'd be interesting. I have one friend who's done it successfully, and I really need to interview him.
Oh, well, that would be intriguing for
But
sure.
Yeah, he's since repented, but
So you do multiples of these, do you?
uh,
Sometimes?
conversations like this, or
Yeah.
I've had that Christopher Gere guy at least twice. Um, these long conversations I think are the most fun because it takes like zero effort for me to do this. I just turn on the recording thing and then I post it
Right,
on YouTube.
right.
If I do like a video that's scripted and I have to act things out and edit it and all that
That's a whole
stuff,
nother ballgame.
it just it takes a lot of work.
Because I'd like to have this discussion again in about 6 months. It'd be interesting to see where things are at and where I've gone in what I'm doing too. And it's like and where you're at.
Yeah,
Because I've found this like very intriguing, and I love this kind of conversation format.
yeah. Well, and I think
I'm still thinking it's amazing how you found me, actually. So,
I still don't know how. It's
but this email, like, I'm really intrigued because like you would never have seen me at a book signing.
no. It might be. At one point I toyed with the idea of promoting my books, um, and it just got to be too much work.
It is work.
You know,
There's no question about that. So,
going on Facebook and making some snarky comment about the book once a month was like way more than I wanted to commit to.
well, interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I thought, well, maybe I should read your book, or maybe I should like challenge you to read mine, and we could compare notes or something. I don't know.
Well, you never know how that would kind of work out for sure. But
Well, I could predict what's going to happen, or at least I can predict some of the things. You will have much better prose, and it'll be thoughtful and a lot of introspection. And I'll find myself wanting it to go a lot further into chaos. And then the first time one of my main characters literally turns into a unicorn, but the context makes it totally appropriate to be like, that's not something I would have seen coming.
are yours on Amazon?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll look it up.
yeah. The first one's pretty dark the way it starts out. So
That's the one I should read first, though, right?
well, yeah, the second one doesn't make a lot of sense without the first one.
Oh, okay, they're together. Okay.
Yeah, it's a series.
Well, cool. Well, I was going to say I will definitely send you the Bono thing.
Yep, sounds
Stay in
good.
touch, and it'd be good to have this conversation, like I said, again in the summer.
All right, sounds good. Well, have a
Because
lovely
I
evening.
like I don't. What's that?
I said, well, I go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
No, I was going to say like this is because your background is math and science too, which
Mm-hmm.
I think is kind of a cool thing to kind of throw back and forth with regards to the Bible and talking about the different things that fit into that. So
Yeah,
and
at some point we could talk about like the disturbing correlation between math and the physical world. Like,
yes,
when I had to program gravity for a simulation I was doing, and I realized that if you just add some kind of friction, that your objects will hit terminal velocity and stop accelerating on their own without you having to do any extra math. It's like, well, that's interesting. When you put like two nodes together and that are constrained by like a centripetal force, and you add velocity, they spin and they have gyroscopic stability, and all you're doing is like maintaining velocity and their distance from each other. All these other phenomenon emerge on their own without you having to do math for it. Like, and there's a lot of things like that when you start doing physics simulations that are just like, this is so weird.
wow,
Yeah.
it does sound weird. That's for sure. Do you read have you read any of Cormac McCarthy stuff?
No, I
You
should read a
probably
lot more than I do, honestly.
well that's my challenge these days is reading enough. Like it's between the writing and coming up with some of the stuff, it I don't get the reading done that I would like to get done, because I'm in Darwin's Doubt right now, Stephen Meyer's book,
Mm-hmm.
and I just started the the Unseen Realm of Michael Heiser's,
Mm-hmm.
and then and I just got The Passenger, which is the new Cormac McCarthy book. So, and I'm throwing C.S. Lewis in there too.
Yeah.
The the what's that? It's kind of his biography, and it's a bit sad actually from where I've got it.
Oh,
Um,
the C.S. Lewis one.
yeah, Joy,
Uh, is that what it's called? Joy.
Surprised by Joy,
Huh.
Surprised by Joy. And I'm really at the beginning. Well, what happened with this, Rich, was that I was going to flying to Toronto, and the guy taking me to the airport had just picked up Surprised by Joy and was talking to me about different parts of the book.
Hmm.
And I didn't know that much about it. We kind of gone through Screw Tape Laters not that long ago. And when I get to my home in Toronto, not my home, but where my parents live, and they still live in the same place that I grew up in, I went down to the room where I stay, and on the shelf, looking right at me, the bookshelf, was Surprised by Joy.
Hmm.
So I figured somebody's telling me I should read this book.
Yeah.
So hence I started reading it. But yeah, no, let's do that. I will send you an email tomorrow with the Bono and um, John Meacham thing, and anything else that I find intriguing. I've got to look at this Jordan Peterson. I didn't know he was just on Rogan, so
Yeah. It's like global news. Like this is the biggest headline I've come across in decades. Jordan Peterson's on Rogan again.
no, that's it's because it's just I just think it's like he's going home when he goes to Rogan, right? Like it's like
He can
because
talk
Rogan,
without inhibition, you know.
yeah, yeah,
And I
it's
think Joe
and
Rogan creates that atmosphere for everybody.
yeah, he's got. I heard up here he's the Oprah Winfrey for men. That's what I'd heard up here was that Rogan is.
Yeah, or for
But he gets
sane
some
people.
interesting guests on there. That's for sure. I will say that. So it's. But I definitely want to see, because the last one I saw him, and I thought it was like about a year ago, and Jordan really sounded defensive in it at the beginning,
Hmm.
and so I didn't really listen to the whole thing. And from what you've said already, I'm very interested in what he's talking about now. So we'll see what. Was it
Yeah.
another 3 hour one?
Yeah, I think it's 3 hours.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I wonder why nobody's done like the podcast church, where you just have like a couple of guys or whatever talking for a long, long time about whatever, and just let everybody be there for the conversation. Instead
I
of
don't know.
sermons, you have conversations that people can listen to.
Well, I've really enjoyed this like I love this kind of conversation, right? Because it's like there's no pretense. It's like this is where it is. This is what we're learning, and I'm on this thing that I'm finding very fascinating. So, well, you're going to see some of it probably even on my in my where you saw the coffee in a teacup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll be writing some of the stuff that I'm kind of grabbing on that, because I'm intrigued by where that's going to take me, because there's going to be some rabbit holes coming. So we'll see where that actually kind of goes, and I'm intrigued by the crossovers with science and maths and history and archaeology, and how much of that's actually being brought out of the Bible, like with regards to like the Ezekiel and the Daniel. What am I going to get in Hosea? I haven't been in Jonah. Like, and I've heard so much about Hebrews. I'm anxious to get in there, and I haven't even touched Revelation, for example. So it's like there's a lot to go yet.
Yeah.
And the more I go into it, the more it seems to expand.
Yeah,
So
it's a layered process. Like I,
and
I
that
read through, what is it, Exodus to the end of Deuteronomy 6 times over the course of about a month. And took notes
holy
on
cow.
everything, and um, it just like I didn't understand it at all until about the fifth time, And the reason I didn't understand it is because I didn't realize how many assumptions I had in my head because of things I picked up
Ah,
from like Bible college and
right.
sermons that I'd heard and all that. And to realize that I'm assuming all of these things and I'm not understanding the text because it's like it's not fitting the context that I think I understand. And when I just dumped all of that and I took more of a what turns out to be the same view that the rabbis already had, then it all just comes together and you realize it's a lot more simple. Um,
So I'm really glad you just told me that because that's kind of how I'm feeling in reading Matthew. Like the first couple of reads through a chapter, I like I'm going like, what did it just say? And like by the third or fourth read, it's suddenly starting to gel on me. Like I told you earlier about in 16 where Matthew has a sense of humor with Jesus talking to the disciples about leaven, right, in the bread of the Pharisees
mhm.
and he has to tell them, I'm not talking about bread.
Yeah,
Like it's by the third run I'm kind of going, that's pretty funny actually. So I like it's, I'm glad you said that if you had to read it that many times and you've already got a fairly strong background in it, that makes me feel much better.
yeah. I was trying to explain leaven to. Well, I've been reading through the Bible with my 9-year-old son, and we get to that passage about the leaven, and I'm like, oh gosh, how do I explain leaven to, or what Jesus is using it to mean? So I'm talking
Right.
about bread, and there's a bacteria, and essentially when the bacteria is feasting on the carbohydrates in the bread, then it's like giving off this gas. It's kind of like lots and lots of little bacteria are all farting to make the bubbles in the bread, but they
That's a
are
good
also
example.
like reproducing, as they're doing this, and um, but the thing about leaven is that it's infectious. So you put a
Yeah.
tiny bit in the bread, mixes up, and it gets through the entire bread, and it fills everything. And sin is like that. It has this tendency to like affect every area of your life. And the particular sin of the Pharisees is hypocrisy,
Yeah, yeah,
which
yeah,
is actually just means to pretend. And so, like when you act like you really care about something that your friend is interested in, but you don't, and
yeah.
or like you um,
Say
tell,
you're going to do something and don't do it.
yeah, it's basically just dishonesty. But it's
Yes.
dishonesty, especially when it comes to like the emotions that you pretend like you're feeling, or when you act like you understand something and you don't really, or anything that's dishonest, that's conveying an emotion or an idea or whatever that's not genuine.
That's another thing that Peterson says is to tell the truth.
Yeah, and
Like
or at least not lie, right?
like like it's like how do you argue with that? And yet we do, right? It's like cuz Sam Harris is on the other side is almost saying everybody lies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a very interesting perspective as far as how that fits together. So, well, maybe the next time we do this, he'll be on Rogan again.
Yeah, I'm finding it very difficult to like when I met with this associate pastor 2 days
Yeah,
ago. He had said a lot of things during his sermon that were just kind of these platitudes that you're supposed to say, but that don't have any meaning, and
right.
they
Yeah,
kind of created a contradiction here. But I have to like give a nod to this idea because we believe it, and and so it ended up being just a lot more words than necessary, and a lot of those words gave
right.
contradictory ideas, and you sort of walk away feeling a little bit hazy and like wondering what just happened.
Unbalanced.
Yeah, and I happen to have studied for the past at least 16 years what this phenomenon is, and so I know what's going on pretty well. But you can't come right out and say it in a conversation because then it becomes immediately obvious that you are not part of this group. You do not
Right.
affirm the required doctrines to be part of this group. And I've been kicked out of 4 churches in this area since we moved here not that long ago.
Kicked out.
Um, Here's the letter describing why your family cannot walk in the door of this church and you're not welcome here. So yes,
Wow.
kicked out. Um,
I
and
didn't think anybody did that, actually. That's very Christian.
well, I'm a
Wow.
threat, you know, and that was what they made clear the last time I got an official letter was, you have a lot of knowledge of the Bible. We're afraid people might follow you instead of our leadership. So we can't have you
Wow.
here. It's a risk to our authority structure, that kind of thing. And it wasn't like I
Holy
was
cow.
proselytizing or trying to start a movement or anything. I was actually just like I just
Yeah,
showed up and was sitting through the service, um, and I have no interest in like going in and starting a movement or something like that.
right.
What I do have an interest in is for the church to be able to let go of all of their nonsense and to grow spiritually. And it would be great if that would happen. And I've
Yes.
seen it happen a few times, been part of quite a few different churches over the years and been able to have some positive effects on some of them. But I felt very dishonest in some sense to have to tiptoe around the things that I know I can't say right now because it will alienate you.
Right.
And I don't feel that at all right now in this conversation. I'm not, being really
Good.
careful not to bring up this idea because I know you'll get offended and stop talking to me. But anytime you talk to somebody who is playing the group identity game with
Yes.
their belief system, um, there's darkness, there's lies, and you have to tiptoe around those things because you're threatening their group identity or whatever their thing is. And I'm not sure how to honor the idea, and it's not Jordan Peterson's idea. He just emphasizes that you should
Right.
be truthful, you should be
Right.
honest, and
Right.
to not be a hypocrite. And it's like there's a fine line between discretion and hypocrisy. Where is that line? I don't really know.
Hmm. No, it's there's something to be said for authenticity and genuineness, and like some people have this BS alert sensor. I seem to have this authenticity, genuine thing, and it's like I definitely want to. Like I'm not out to be offensive, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm not going to learn anything if there's not a genuine authenticity thing going on, right? And that's what I like. That's why I like the coffees, because it's a great way of being able, because I'm trying to learn, right? That's my
Mm-hmm.
whole, like there's a big, how do I say it, that I'm learning is that by talking out loud your ideas and listening to and with other people is a great way to learn.
Yeah.
And you can't do that just by being inside your own head.
No,
So
you
that's why
gotta gotta interact with something outside of you. Um,
and you found this vehicle here with the podcast that
mhm.
offers that ability to do that, and that's why I said I was really pleased that you reached out, because it's like, okay, I got this is another way of being able to figure some of this out, and that's what I feel that's kind of what I'm here for, so let's go to it.
Yeah.
And you obviously have an enormous knowledge of the Bible, so any of that is like, you see me writing notes down here, it helps to connect some of those dots that you don't necessarily, I won't get any other way, actually.
Hmm. Well, there's the hard road, which is, to read it through 100 times.
Well, I mean, that's part of my struggle, Rich, is the fact that, like, when I started it, I was kind of reading it, then I got into really realizing I'm studying it,
Yeah.
and now it's like I'm doing both of those while at the same time of almost getting a certain amount of um, um, being intimidated by what I'm going to be coming into next, right? Because it's not converging, it's diverging into more and more all the time.
Yeah, there's definitely a point where it starts to come back around and you start to see that it's a lot of different ways of saying some of the same things.
Right. I'm
Um,
not at that point yet.
yeah.
That's
I
good to hear,
also
though.
like I never or not. I can't remember the last time I read the Bible where I didn't have the interlinear or whatever, the Greek there, and the Hebrew there, because I've found that there are so many ideas that the reason it seems like there's this much knowledge is because the English language has taken a bunch of words and translated them 17 different ways. And
Okay.
the
Okay.
ideas are more condensed and there's more continuity in the original languages.
Okay, interesting. Because Michael Heiser said this about Elohim,
Maybe.
and how
Oh yeah.
that's kind of expanded to represent a lot of different things.
Yeah, and that's always the principle, that, or pretty much always the case. You'll have one word in Hebrew that's used to mean 50 different things, and
Right.
it'll be translated 50 different ways in the English. And the same with Greek. You just have far fewer words to say all of the same ideas.
Right.
And
Right.
the
So
classic
less.
example. Well, okay, I'll pick a different one than the one that I used the last time I had this conversation. The word that you see translated in English, ransom, is the Greek word, I think it's lutro or something. And, well, ransom, it implies some kind of a payment or an exchange of
Right.
currency.
Right.
But the word just means to loose. And, if it just so happened that you were loosing a slave by paying the owner so he could go free, we might use the word ransom in English for
Ransom.
that,
Right.
because we have a more specific word. And then the mistake that people make is, well, over here it's translated ransom, and so then they use it in a place where it just means loose, and they start reading some kind of payment into it.
Okay. Got it.
And the same thing in the Hebrew word for ransom, it just means to loose. And then
Oh.
the Hebrew word for righteous is also translated as just, justice. So everything you see about like justice is actually the same word as the word righteous. And that's true for the Hebrew word and for the Greek word. So the
Oh.
righteousness and justice are not two different ideas.
They're the same idea.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Cool.
The word that's translated forgive is the same word that's used when the devil left Jesus after tempting him. And you go, where's the word forgive in it? Yeah, so that when the devil departed, the word departed there, that's the word that's translated forgive. Because it doesn't mean forgive, it means that like a release or a separation.
Okay.
So, yeah, sometimes people read forgive into places where it would have made more sense to just say depart.
Depart.
Or to let go.
Oh,
Or
forgive, not give.
Yeah.
Forgive.
Yeah, the word forgive.
Okay. Well, makes sense.
Yeah, but you'll come across a lot of that kind of stuff if you're paying attention and you're starting to learn some of the Greek and Hebrew.
Well, that's a whole nother learning for sure.
Yeah,
But
and
I'm picking up different things once in a while, and that's, like I said, depending on who I listen to in the YouTube things. But
the
but it's
reason
just like, yeah.
the reason I started doing this, having written stories, you'll appreciate this idea. Get to know the characters, and get to know the character of God by reading like how God interacts with people. Like
Right.
just to read the stories, big swath, big picture, zoomed out view, get a feel for the character of God. And then when you see God apparently doing things that seem out of character, there's probably an issue with the translation.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, now I want to get back to reading. This was very cool, Rich. I
Yeah.
thank you very much for reaching out. I'm looking forward to doing this again in 6 months
All right.
or
Sounds good.
sooner.
Sounds great. I
I
think I
may
have
come
to
back
read your
to you
book
with
now.
questions. What's that?
I said I might have to read your book now.
Very cool, sir. Thank you again. And All the best.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch.
All right. Sounds good. Have a great evening.
Good night.
Good night. Stop recording. Stop recording.